Sorry about that. Electricity went all nuts.
We're having work done, bro.
Yeah. Work done in the city. We're doing shit in the city. The shitty city. Doing work in the shitty city.
Alright.
Sorry about that. The internet went off.
Power.
Because of power.
Power.
The power. It. There. You're pretty.
You're a cute girl.
I love you.
You're my cute girls.
You're my cute boy.
No, that wasn't Twitch. That was us.
No, that was us.
Lost power for a second.
Yeah.
These things happen. You know.
I bet the trolls will find a way how to blame it on me in some sinister, horrifying fashion.
Probably. You're the cause of it somehow.
I'm the cause of everything. It will. It'll work soon. I know it will. You know what, babe? I'm in the mood for some Arnold.
Really?
Yeah.
You need Arnold.
Are you in the mood for some Arnold?
I pretty much always am.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's one of those guys that if it was an Arnold, yeah, and like, well, let's watch it, sure.
Arnold? Okay, we'll watch it. It's been a while since we've seen an Arnold movie.
I don't know, that Maggie thing was horrible, though.
Maggie was the worst Arnold movie I ever saw.
That was the worst Arnold movie.
Don't watch Maggie. Don't
No.
waste your time. You will be disappointed. It's the most boringest, depressingest, fucking stupidest movie I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's no redeeming quality to it, really.
No, it's just depressing. It depresses you. It bores you. Hi, God and Brecker.
Bores and depresses you. Yeah.
How is it a big day? It's not a big day for me. It's not an exciting day for me. It's a, oh my God, I gotta leave the fucking house type of day.
Yeah, it's stressful.
I don't want to leave the house. Ew, I hate leaving the house. See, you get it.
Yeah.
If you're agoraphobic, you'll get it. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm dreading it. I don't want to do it.
I know. Scary shit.
It is scary.
It's scary shit, man. It just is.
Am I gonna be okay?
I pray you are.
I don't want to think about it. Please stop reminding me of it. I need to, yeah, let's just watch this
Sent
shit.
MLK a letter in an apparent attempt to convince
You
the
gotta
Reverend
put the
to commit
Rev
suicide.
and
The letter
Shanny back.
stated, King,
Oh,
like
yeah.
all frauds, your end is approaching. Your Nobel Prize, what a grim farce, and other awards will not save you. King, I repeat, you are done. King was assassinated by white supremacist James L. Ray in April 1968, and he continued to allege that Ray was backed by the FBI. The program came to light unofficially in 1971 when an activist group burgled the FBI field office in Media, Pennsylvania, and they leaked a number of documents to the media. However, many of the government's own internal files remained classified for decades, with only heavily redacted versions of some of the files being made public through a 1976 congressional investigation. Finally, in 2016, in response to a Freedom of Information Act...
What's up, you need me? Yes, sir.
Alright. Sorry, guys. I have a job that regime to leave 6 days a week. Can't do that. Hi, Brian. God, why does going out of the house freak me out so bad?
Because you're developing agoraphobia. Which is...
I don't want to think about it.
I know.
It freaks you out too. Iconic. I don't want to think about it.
FOI request from the Centre for Constitutional Rights and Colour for Change, which was issued on the 50th anniversary of the Freedom of Information
That might be
Act.
it, the
FBI
crazy
disclosed
crimes
details
lately.
of a broad campaign against black civil rights activists. The reports showed that civil rights activists have been targeted, followed, and surveilled without suspicion of a crime having been committed or planned. The men who stared at goats and nothing happened. It seems too funny to be true, but it is. Between about 1972 and until as late as 1995, the CIA, variously with the cooperation of the US DoD and the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, funded and ran various programs exploring the potential for remote viewing and intelligence gathering.
That's one movie that you need to finish watching.
What?
Is Men Who Stare at Goats.
I never seen it once.
It's got the dude.
I know. Clooney's in it.
Uh-huh. That's a great movie.
It is good.
It's great.
And it's true.
Uh-huh.
It's a true story, too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I need to see that.
And you watched, I think you were out of it a couple times.
We
I
watched
had
it
on.
together?
Yeah.
I do not remember that at all. Not one bit do I remember that.
And the potential of ESP, that's extrasensory perception, as a means of warfare. It all seems to have begun around 1970 when US intelligence sources in the Soviet Union divulged that the USSR had allocated about 60 million rubles, a little less than $1 million, for psychotronic research. It's entirely possible that this information was false, intended merely as disinformation. However, in the apparent spirit of the age, the CIA was intrigued enough to contact psychics and paranormal researchers, Russell Targ and Harold Pothoff, to create SCAN-8, Scan by Coordinate at the SRI, to develop the ability to do remote viewing of locations that the subject does not have access to in the physical sense. In 1972, the two program leads discovered a promising candidate with seeming ESP abilities, an Israeli-British man named Yuri Geller. Geller, who claimed to be a descendant of Sigmund Freud, was an illusionist and nightclub entertainer whose shtick included spoon-bending, mind-reading, the ability to control...
Yeah, happy anniversary to you!
That's cool.
Dude, he bent a spoon with his fucking mind.
Dude, what? There is no spoon.
Dude. That's some badass move.
That's wild. Like, for real? He bent it with his mind? No way. He was found to be a fraud. There you go.
Ah, nah!
There you go!
Control the flow of
Live
time,
on TV?
or at least control the rate at which a watch ticks. He also claimed to be able to kill goats by staring at them. This was never confirmed. Targ and Puthorf, apparently impressed with Geller's abilities, produced a report claiming proof of success in remote viewing. However, when US Defense Department psychiatrist Ray Hyman was dispatched to examine Geller, his report described Geller as a complete wimp and accused Targ and Puthorf of farcical attempts at rigorous science. An article in Time magazine in 1973 described the encounter as such. In one case, Geller asked Lawrence to think of a number between 1 and 10 and to write it down as large as possible on a pad. While Lawrence wrote, Geller made a show of concentrating and covering his eyes with his hands. But Hyman carefully observed...
I am Bugman.
What the hell?
Bzzz.
What is that? Ouch. He's plonking out the haters.
That is the greatest picture ever.
I don't see your insolence.
The aliens can't see what I see now.
Everything makes sense now. With my spoon glasses. Ah.
Little do they know that I'm Superman.
That's pretty ridiculous, man.
It's a cool image, though.
I guess so.
I'd never thought about doing that before.
Oh.
Only a strange and wonderful mind would think something like that. Hi, watermelons.
What's your deal, Floof? Huh?
Really?
Cold toe beans.
You got stuff all over your face. Were you in the basement again? Were you in the basement like a baby goes?
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
He's just blocking out the haters. I love that.
Irving Geller noticed that the Israeli's open eyes were visible through his fingers. Thus, Geller was probably able to see the motion of Lawrence's arm as he wrote and to correctly identify the number 10. Knowing how to read arm movements, Hyman notes, is important to every magician. Targ and Puthorf, humiliated in Time magazine and in Hyman's report, lost their contract. So, what then happens to the
Hyman report. What's your Hyman report, ladies?
Okay. Good lord. What are we doing here, folks? What's your Hyman report? I don't know. What was down with the labia times, you know? What was up with the uterus world today? You know?
Well, it absolutely continued,
The
of course,
global
despite
uterus.
repeated exposure.
The Hyman
to the program,
continued,
subsequent
all
readers
right.
Engaging in
Oh, God,
motivated
what the hell?
reasoning and reporting unscientific speculation as science, the U.S. Department of Defense, flush with the kind of money only the U.S. Department of Defense has, continued to fund the project from the money that Congress had already appropriated, despite all objective analysis concluding that it was a joke and the victim of what one DoD staffer called the giggle factor. So, research and SRI continued right along. In 1977, it was claimed that
The giggle factor.
Ah.
No. Does he come out a little pretentious?
Yeah, but people like that.
Yeah.
With an accent.
Well, the thing is, it's like people think you're really smart if you have an English accent for some reason.
Yeah.
But they're just as stupid as Americans.
Yeah, Simon. Yeah.
Yeah. The giggle factor. Just saying. That's right, England. I said you're just as stupid as Americans. Take that.
He's got loads of stuff wrong.
He probably does, Sukian.
Probably. It is what it is. Fun video.
At SRI had
Yeah.
located a
I'm just fucking around.
but this was never confirmed. Finally, in 1995, the program was transferred unceremoniously to the CIA for a retrospective evaluation of nearly 25 years of research involving up to 22 paid army staff and dozens of civilian remote viewers. The report, authored again by a now understandably exasperated Ray Hyman, the psychologist who had exposed Geller in the first place, stated, "Psychologists such as myself who study subjective validation find nothing striking or surprising in the reported matching of reports against targets in the Stargate data. The overwhelming amount of data generated by the viewers is vague, general, and way off target. The few apparent hit..."
What the fuck did he just say? I have no idea what he just said. That, like, makes no sense to me. That's just words. Or maybe it's the Delta. The Mango Kush. Could it be the Mango Kush?
It could be.
Oh, she's sleeping and she's all nuzzled up on your chest.
She's a ghost.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, she's a good baby. She's like, what the hell is that? You have to go sleep.
She's like, no, I'm comfy.
I'm too comfy. She's a good girl.
Are just what we would expect, if nothing other than reasonable guessing and
Later,
subjective
who
validation.
dat?
Why who dat?
He doesn't do the research or write his scripts because he's got about 1 million channels. Nothing wrong with that, but he never fact checks.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that could be an issue.
Whatever, I don't care. It's interesting.
The hydrogen bomb hits different.
What?
Recently, the Russian government-run defense company Roscom released declassified footage of a test of the Tsar bomber, the world's largest ever atomic explosion. The 40-minute film that was released, including close-up shots of the bomb disassembled, remained classified by the Russian military for nearly 60 years. But one of the reasons why it was classified wasn't known to the public until recently. You see, for decades, governments around the world claimed that hydrogen comprised the third stage of a hydrogen bomb. Yet the scientific community, and indeed the public, was generally aware that this was false. To understand why, it's important to know a bit about how a hydrogen bomb works. In principle, the hydrogen bomb is built in 3 stages. The first stage, a conventional explosive device, drives together 2 masses of fissile material, usually uranium-235. This triggers the second stage, an explosion caused by the fissioning of a critical mass of uranium-235. The third stage, the government long held, was composed of deuterium or heavy hydrogen, which are hydrogen atom isotopes with an extra proton. The energy of the third stage is thus derived when the fission explosion of the second stage causes the atoms of deuterium in the third stage to fuse together, releasing their extra protons in a cataclysmic explosion. This was the official word of the US Department of Defense for decades. However, the public was generally aware that this was not the full story. The public had seemed to become aware of the truth in the 1960s through leaks or accidentally declassified reports, and eventually it included even research papers and physics textbooks which detailed how the real third stage catalyst for a hydrogen bomb was actually lithium deuteride, which fuses to produce tritium, the real source of the hydrogen bomb's power. However, this was not actually true. Anyone attempting to build a hydrogen bomb using this information would have found out exactly what the US government had found out in the 1950s. The second stage fission explosion would destroy the casing containing the lithium deuteride faster than it could successfully fuse into tritium deuteride. Thus, the publicly known construction of the H-bomb was a fraud. It would never have worked.
What?
In 2015, Kenneth W. Ford, an academic who had worked on early nuclear weapons research for the US government before 1953, ran afoul of his long-ago former employer, the US Department of Energy, when he refused to redact details about the workings of a hydrogen bomb from his memoirs, Building the H-Bomb: A Personal History. The affair finally seemed to confirm what some theorists and researchers had now long suspected. The real secret of the H-Bomb was not that it used the force of the fission explosion to cause a fusion of lithium deuteride. This would only result in the destruction of the bomb without undergoing fusion. The real secret was a radiation shield around the lithium deuteride casing, which reflected high-energy gamma and X-rays back into the lithium deuteride casing, and it was actually these energy particles which initiated fusion in the third stage. One of the reasons that the Soviet Union had classified the test footage of the Tsar bomber.
Jesus, that's
This is one
horrifying.
insane looking dude. Fallout.
Oh my god.
That's nuts.
No.
Yeah, Einstein said it, man. We should never mess with it.
No. It just destroys everything, and aliens don't like it.
It's sometimes wise to not do things.
Yeah.
Right?
1 minute, guys.
Okay. Yeah, what's up, Tommy? Okay, let's
Okay.
So he needs to tell Tommy. I put it. That's all good.
So we have a leak.
Not in the furnace.
Not in the furnace. Okay.
Not in the furnace.
But it's in where?
The hot water heater.
Oh, that's why the water isn't that
Got messed
hot.
up.
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell does that happen. It's probably just age.
It probably is just age.
And it's been being used frequently. Because
Yeah.
we're in here.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
Uh-huh.
Old houses. It's just fucking old houses.
On YouTube, search for Oppenheimer. I am become death, destroyer of world. Whoa.
He said.
Have you ever seen Oppenheimer's speech to the Japanese years later after Hiroshima? Nah. That would be interesting to watch though.
Do you know what he said?
What?
He said that there was 25 to 30 extra gallons of water in there.
What?
How did that happen?
I don't know.
It doesn't make sense to me how that happened.
No.
Whatever. It's taken care of, so that's what matters. That's strange though. It's pretty weird.
One of the most chilling things you'll ever see. Oppenheimer's speech years later after Hiroshima.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Have you seen that?
It's where he says, "I've become the destroyer of worlds."
What a psycho.
Like they got a fucking god complex. He thought he was Shiva or something.
Let me see this. Oppenheimer speech.
Yeah, I think his name John Oppenheimer. I'm not sure. I think his name's John Oppenheimer. I think.
Oppenheimer speech. There we go.
Yep. There you go.
What a freak.
There seem to be two great views among scientists, and no doubt would be among others if people knew about it. On the one hand, they hoped that this instrument would never be used in war, and therefore they hoped that we would not start out by using it. On the other
What a
hand,
creepy way how he
they hoped,
says this shit.
Possessed.
or other people hoped, that
It's a
it would
breakfast
put an end to
burrito,
this
Ted.
war, save countless lives, put
Eggs
an
and
end to
bacon and shit.
He's gonna be having
a
his soon, I
butchery that
guarantee
has
it.
been going on
Probably.
for many years and has been
You're
marked
gonna hear
by
him moan.
atrocities, concentration camps,
But I get to hear you grunt.
murders,
Yeah.
raids on cities, Rotterdam and
You're right,
Dresden and Tokyo itself. And that on the whole we were inclined to think that
Friggin' Wawa.
if
He wants to see a Sheets burrito.
Alright. It's pretty basic, dude. It's like...
It's really good though. You're gonna like it.
It's the wrapper.
It's pretty hefty amount of stuff
They don't
fill it
skimp
with.
on their food, man.
No.
That's pretty standard burrito, dude. Alright.
Right?
Oh my god. It's the peppers and onions, man. Oh. And this was Folks for Jesus?
No. It wasn't actually.
Why?
It's someone else. I'll let you know.
Oh my god.
They don't want to be said. Watermelon's like, that looks so good.
Bacon.
Oh, look at that bacon. Look at the layers of bacon. You got to show that a little bit more. Wait. Let me get this off. We got to get a full view of the bacon. Look at that. Look at that.
It's a whole a whole layer of bacon. That's insane. Oh my god. Oh! Bacon. Oh my god. Holy shit.
I love seeing my man enjoy a meal.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. This is definitely the best breakfast burrito I've had from any fast food anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best.
Yeah. I think it's because it's more natural tasting than all the other places. Like, it's real eggs. It's real cheese. It's not that stupid American cheese. The bacon's cooked perfect.
Oh, the bacon.
And the onions and peppers are actually onions and peppers, not that frozen shit.
Yeah, they taste like onions and peppers.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Beats a Wawa burrito.
Probably. I've heard good things about Wawa coffee, though, from Mike.
It's just like you cook it up at home. That's what that is.
Mike Matei.
That's what that burrito is.
I'm trying to really think. Yeah, I've had quite a few breakfast burritos in my life, but I think this is the best one I ever had.
Yeah, it actually is way better than McDonald's.
What?
Or
Oh my god.
way better than McDonald's. I'd even say way better than the Hardee's Monster Burrito.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's saying a lot because Hardee's is the shit, okay? No slam on Hardee's.
Mm-mm. No.
Mm-mm. See why I was chowing down on it?
Mm-hmm. I'm starting to feel actually full.
Good.
It's a good feeling.
My boy.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Put some peanut butter on that bitch.
Nah, that's another food group. Mm-mm. And imagine, you can pretty much get this thing 24 hours a day.
Right.
Oh my God. Mm. Wow.
Yeah, so Sheets, it's only $3 to get a burrito there, pretty
Yeah,
much.
I mean, yeah, that's.
So that's a $3 burrito you get at Sheets.
Are you kidding me? That's worth way more than $3.
Yeah. Wow, that's cheap. I know, right?
Okay.
Oh, 1 minute, guys. And the toilet.
So that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right.
Water tank.
No Wawas nor Sheets here. Sad face. I'm sorry.
That sucks. Yeah, Sheets is. Man, that, and it feels good in your stomach.
I would love to get Meals on Wheels.
I like Meals on Wheels food. I've had
I
it.
would so do Meals on Wheels. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, me too. I've had it many times.
It's a godsend. Yeah, man. I'm gonna look. We should look into Meals on Wheels. Do you have to be like a certain age?
Well, I think they also do it for disabled people, which you could certainly qualify as. And since you're on Medicaid, I think you could probably get it. And they always give you the school milk.
Yeah.
It's not free, but subsidized heavily. Yeah, you get it for
Yeah.
the disabled. Yeah. Oh, they do it in the UK too. Okay.
Yeah. It's not that far from us, actually. Meals on Wheels.
No, I don't. That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I think I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah. You like them,
Yeah.
so that's a good deal.
I feel like such shit. I want a wheelchair, dude.
Yeah. That would help you.
Today was beef stew and dumpling, a cheese sandwich, a yogurt, a trifle, and a cookie. Ooh, see? That sounds yummy.
There you go. Beef stew. Yeah, they feed you good, man. It's not, you know, they hook you up. It's really cool.
Yeah, and it's easier to like work it into a budget than, you know,
Oh, yeah.
picking out the stuff yourself and cooking it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a program that
A
should...
wheelchair, are you feeling that sick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes her energy to just get to the bathroom, guys.
That's why when I come back, I'm completely out of breath.
You're winded. Yeah. You're winded from going to the bathroom, so.
At this point, yeah. It helps make sure you get a balanced meal. I like that. I think both of us would like that.
Yeah, that's why the prison was good.
No, Suki, I haven't.
Oh, that Cheats was so good.
I told you, man.
That was a 10.
You got some Skittles.
Yeah, man, Skittles, you're giving them to me?
Yep.
No way.
Yep.
You're the best. Love Skittles.
I know you do. That's why I'm giving them to you.
You're amazing. You're my favorite. You could have some too, though.
Skitlets. Yeah.
They're amazing, man. They're just one of the best candies.
You passed the test, Rev.
I guess. I got the Skittles. It's lucky. Thank you for the Skittles.
No, I can't really eat them anymore very
No?
long.
Oh, baby girl. You suck on them.
Yeah,
You suck on them.
I'll suck on you.
All right.
Oh yeah, we gotta see this fucking dude's speech. This fucking psycho.
All right. Yeah.
It was needed to put an end to the war, and had a chance of so doing. We thought that was the right thing to do. We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
Whoa. What?
What a psycho.
That's the guy that headed that shit up, man.
What a psycho.
I guess that's what we were all thinking. No, I think you were thinking that. We can destroy worlds.
Yep.
Who the hell, like, looks at that as a good thing?
He did.
Should have never made that shit.
That dude did.
Yeah, he did.
That's just psychotic.
Yeah.
That dude is just straight psychotic.
Straight up.
explosion that it produced was actually too
And he was
large
crying
to be
over
explained
it?
by the conventional means that many believed
The
in
beauty of
ancient uses.
destruction.
Instead, because it employed a radiation-proof casing to cause fusion of the third stage, it actually ended up creating a significantly more powerful explosion than expected. Planned to yield just 4 to 6 megatons of TNT equivalent energy, the Tsar bomber actually released 27 megatons. This was because an isotope of lithium, lithium-7, ended up fusing at a much higher rate than the designers had expected, causing the bomb to explode with many times the planned force, based on the mathematical calculations being used to predict the yield via the fusion of lithium into tritium alone. Another consequence of this extremely efficient nuclear reaction is that the Tsar bomber produced relatively little radioactive fallout than any other nuclear weapon ever tested. This is because more of its mass was ultimately converted into energy than radiation.
Well, that's actually
so why did
not
governments
quite a
not
bad
want these
thing.
details
No,
of
less
the H-bomb
radiation.
designed to go public? The ultimate answer is actually still a little unclear. Certainly one of the reasons would be to stop rogue states from managing to build their own H-bombs, but another possible explanation is the dire consequences of the truth about how H-bombs actually work. Because the H-bomb uses high-energy particles to cause fusion of heavier elements than hydrogen, including tritium and lithium-7, the actual limits on the upper threshold of a nuclear yield are potentially quite a bit higher than previously thought. Governments may not have wanted people to know that bombs of 50 megatons or even 100 megatons were practical and possible using current technology. Indeed, Los Alamos researchers as far back as 1944 have been theorizing the possibility of gigaton bombs using radiation-shielded fusion devices, and because these devices employ fusion, they don't actually require much rare fissile material to construct. A 10 gigaton bomb, which recently declassified Kennedy administration documents attest, would have been capable of incinerating an area of the planet some 500 miles in diameter. That's an area
Jesus
about
Christ.
the size of France. Even testing such a bomb had potentially devastating consequences for the planet. A single strike from a gigaton-range nuclear weapon might have irreversible climate-destroying consequences that could cover the Earth in the darkness of a nuclear winter. It was this realization from nuclear strategists in the 1960s that helped push America and the Soviet Union to the bargaining table to discuss nuclear test ban treaties. Even testing such a bomb had potentially devastating consequences
Oh man, you
for
should
the
look
planet.
that up,
And it was
Shanny.
all because
The
the
Tsar
true
bomb?
potential of the H-bomb was
The
far
whole
more
world
frightening
felt that.
than the public knew.
The Tsar bomb.
Let's hope that Putin isn't as crazy as people fear.
Yeah.
He might be.
Well, he hasn't done it yet, so.
There's that.
He hasn't done it till he does it, so.
That's true. I wanted to add something a little bit more lighthearted from that video. Actually. My husband has disappeared again. He said something and left. I'm confused. You don't think he will? Who knows, though, with Putin, though? Like, I heard he's dying, so if he's dying, then, like, he could, like, lose it completely. I think I have to do the same thing my husband just did. I will be right back. I gotta take a whiz. I do gotta pee-pee. Ow! Move! Oh. Okay. I can do it. Oh, I'm stiff as fuck.
I hope you can do this tomorrow, honey.
That's why I'm saying I need a fucking wheelchair.
No, I know that, yeah. Oh, you'll be right back? Okay. You got the mic on, though. Japanese Unit 731. What is that, Ted? This, there used to be a stair lift on the stairs here, but it was taken out. Because they're, like, that's a pretty expensive deal, so it was taken out and sold, I believe. I mean, like, that's a weird question. I'm not the gal to mess with. Favorite serial killer. That's always been such a weird question to me.
I don't think I have a favorite serial killer.
Not favorite. It's weird.
I don't idolize them or
No.
think of them great or anything.
Well, I guess most fascinating.
The most fascinating
Yeah, who you're most fascinated by?
of the minds?
Yeah, my answer is Manson, but they said besides Manson. I guess I'm really...
Well, that's because technically he isn't a serial killer, because technically he didn't kill anyone.
Yeah. That's correct, but they put him in there, though.
Ted Bundy is very fascinating to me.
I don't know shit about Ted Bundy. I really don't know anything about any of them. Like, I think I have seen documentaries a few times on them, but
you wanna
who you
spruce up on the Ted Bundy?
I never researched Ted Bundy.
We can research Ted Bundy.
I wasn't into this serial killer shit. I told you my one buddy was. And I think he pretty much thought Manson was innocent too. Sam.
Yeah.
Sam. I'm pretty sure he thought Manson was innocent. He was definitely interested in Manson. We watched a Manson family type documentary type thing together.
I think we're gonna have to take like one blow and then charge it.
We're charging it?
Yeah.
Okay. Back.
He is back.
Just let him do his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's on the dating show. That's nuts.
Zac Efron is sexy. That's why I named my son Zach too, is because I knew he'd be good looking. So I was like, I need to give my son a good looking name.
Yeah, he's like a bodybuilder now. Zac Efron, he looks like a bodybuilder.
He's amazing. I really like him. He's a nice guy too.
I always thought he was a good actor.
I like nice people. They make me happy.
Yeah. Of course.
I've been too damaged by mean people.
Yeah. I feel that.
You feel that too, baby.
It's kind of rough.
But I wanted to put something a little lighthearted on, so I looked at this, and this is the scandals of silly bands.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever looked at a rubber band ball and thought, I really want to buy that, but I don't have a use for it? I mean,
No, I saw it on freaking Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse, and I was like, that is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Really?
The big giant rubber band ball, you remember that?
The giant one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I wanted that
You
so
wanted
bad.
it?
I did.
That's funny.
I thought it was awesome.
Pee-wee's Playhouse.
person only has so many things that need to be held together by a rubber band. What are you going to do with hundreds
Hi,
of them?
Pan.
Well, if you were anyone who
Well,
was anyone
welcome.
in 2010, you bought those
Yeah,
rubber
thanks for
bands
subbing.
anyway.
Thank
Except
you.
bought them in colorful, overpriced packs of 12 and slowly amassed your own rubber band ball at home that you called your Silly Bands collection. Silly Bands first officially came about in 2009 after Robert Croak, distributor of the infamous Livestrong bands, saw someone else make them first. In 2002, a couple of Japanese designers molded rubber bands into animal shapes to discourage people from throwing them away so frequently and increase sustainability, calling them animal rubber bands. Robert saw this idea on a business trip, decided the bands were pretty poorly made and didn't really resemble animals very closely, and then made his own version years later. This new idea, though, wasn't about the sustainability of office supplies, but dealt in children's fashion. Silly bands were made of silicone instead of rubber, used generally sharper designs, and were marketed as a wearable accessory.
Yeah,
No
I
matter
need
how
a
you
little
wore
bit
them,
more
stretched
boot.
them, or shaped them, silly bands would always snap back to their original
But I think
shape.
I'm good.
It didn't take long for silly bands to take off, gaining popularity by 2010 for their cute designs as statement pieces. There were silly bands.
You didn't know I was back? Well, Julesy, I am. And we're looking at animal rubber bands. They're cute. But apparently there's a scandal with animal rubber bands. And we're going to find out what the scandal of the animal rubber bands is.
Mm-hmm.
It's the hottest drama right now. You had lots of silly bands. I believe it's Celeste.
Bands for everything from baseball to Arctic animals, princesses to rock and roll, Christmas to the original animal rubber bands designs that Robert Croak criticized. No, that must just be my imagination. The bracelets became so popular that officially licensed silly bands were eventually made of popular franchises, including such 2010 classics as Angry Birds, iCarly, and Farmville. Even a couple
Oh my
of celebrities
God,
joined in,
iCarly?
with the Kardashians and Justin Bieber collaborating to create their own exclusive packs.
Really?
The most popular packs, according to a good guess by Robert, were the Princess, Rock, and Hello Kitty packs. The brand had
Yes!
such success that more accessories like rings, necklaces, and even stickers were put out into the world. What's your favorite silly band? Oh, my favorite is shaped like a crab, but I don't like the bracelet. I only like the sticker of the bracelet. Rip-off brands like Logo Bands, Zany Bands, and Googly Bands were popping up everywhere to try and cash in on the sudden success. Given that they were marketed towards kids, it's no wonder that tons of children with their collective millions of silly bands just couldn't get enough. Plenty of middle and elementary schools were filled with kids trying to shove their boring baseball silly bands off onto some unsuspecting kid, trading for something way cooler and rarer. Now, I don't remember the silly band craze overly well, but I do remember that it just sort of appeared out of nowhere, and given that packs were relatively cheap compared to other toys and trends, pretty much every kid had them.
That's actually so cute. I'm just gonna be honest. That's really cute looking.
You know I'd like that.
Yeah,
You know I'd like that.
that is so cute.
Yeah.
And I loved her nail polish. It was all silver. That was like so me back in the day, in the 90s.
Yeah.
I would so have my fingernails silver all the time.
Mm.
They were cute and comfy. I didn't have any silly bands. I think I missed this. I was a grown woman when this started happening.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
What year is saying here?
2009.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I
All
think
right.
I missed this era.
Yeah, we were too old.
Yeah.
Infiltrated my school so quickly that it was hard to keep up with the silly band's trading market. When I think about it though, I don't think there actually was any agreed upon value for certain silly bands over others. Glow-in-the-dark and glittery bands were popular, but were they actually harder to find? Did I trade half of my collection for the super rare man rocking out on guitar silly band that I also could have just bought at the local Walgreens for $4? Though kids may...
This was late even for my gen, but my school embraced fun. Yeah. I would have loved these. If I knew they existed, I would have loved these.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
You sold them in school like a dealer? That's awesome.
Yeah, there were some kids doing that in my school with pogs.
You always got one of them guys.
They had bags of like 100 pogs, and they were selling it like for $10. 100 of them for 10.
Nice.
They didn't get in trouble either.
Kids stole them from the school store. I believe it.
Yeah, I believe that too.
Making stuff up and cheating someone else out of a valuable item has been
I
around since
believe it.
kids' collectible toys were first introduced. Probably since some children in the Middle Ages were trading sticks, and little Emmeline told Beatrice that her stick was worth way more than those other flimsy twigs. Trading became so popular that at a lot of schools, silly bands were eventually silly banned for their controversy, causing arguments over trading deals, collections getting mixed up or lost, and just generally being a classroom distraction. I remember
They're scared of the Yoshi army. They probably are scared of the Yoshi army. Like, don't fuck with us no more.
Well, they can throw dollar bills like ninja stars.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Oh my god, Carrie tried to get me with that and sent me $100 request, just cussing me the fuck out.
Oh my god.
Like, okay, let me see if I can bring up. I just blocked her. I was like, fuck this. This
Very
is dumb.
angry.
Okay. Let me give you these messages. They're so fucking dumb. Alright. For your disgusting, Rev wants to fuck Carrie. For I am eating donuts right now. For I hope you thought you got money, you piece of shit. For fuck you, Shanny.
You have to be so loud with you.
Sorry. For you racist, disgusting fat bitch. So that's the messages I got from Carrie.
Wow.
So I think she's kind of triggered.
Wow. She's angry. Jesus.
I don't give a fuck about this person, and she's like so triggered by me. She's like, notice me, senpai.
Shouldn't she be saying that to her husband? I thought she was nice, married, and happy and shit. Christ.
Hey.
Whatever, man.
I'm just gonna laugh at her crazy ass face, man. She's jealous of our relationship. That's right, Jules.
She's unhinged, man. Jesus. What's wrong with people, man?
I don't know. I just blocked her. I was like, okay.
What's wrong with people?
Block.
That wasn't Carrie. She didn't send that.
Okay.
I hope not.
Well, it's someone who loves Carrie's little booty hole.
For the day that announcement was made at my own school, and feeling pretty disappointed that my dozens of silly bands, this new trendy item
doxing
that was
her.
pretty much only good for showing off to other people, now wasn't even allowed in the main place I frequented as an 11-year-old. If you couldn't bring your silly bands to school, though, how could you get your fix?
I don't
By
believe in
playing with the
doxing.
next best thing. Your virtual silly bands in the coveted video game titled simply Silly Bands for the Nintendo DS.
DS.
So Nintendo made a game about freaking rubber bands.
They had to make money off it too. Play the craze. See? The craze. That's what it is.
The craze. Freaking rubber bands.
Yeah.
No, I ain't showing any receipts because that would be doxing.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Yeah, like, either believe me or don't believe me. It doesn't fucking matter.
Well, you read the message.
I did read the messages. Whatever.
If it's her, it's her. If it's not, it's not. Who gives a shit, really?
Released in 2011,
Whoever it is
Silly
is
Bands,
fucked
the video
up.
game was published by Zoo Games,
Waste their
now
fucking
named
time.
Indie Pub, who also published
You know what it
renowned
did?
classics
You know,
such
you know what? You know how long it took me to block that person? Like literally 2 seconds. You know how long it took them to write those messages and send that
A
shit?
lot more time.
A lot more time.
I think they're right though. It's not Carrie because they say Carrie wants to fuck Rev.
Yeah.
So
Whatever.
it's probably a troll, but whatever. Who cares? Does it matter?
No.
I don't think it does.
No. Still made me giggle.
Exactly.
And I still think the person is pathetic for wasting their time.
There you go. That's pretty much it.
as Chicken Blaster and Eminem's Beach Party. The game functioned as an Angry Birds clone, except everything about it was worse. I guess it didn't set up players to expect much when its tagline was just play the craze. A pack of exclusive video game themed silly bands was included with the game, which was probably its main selling point. Another game titled Silly Bands the Game was also released
People would buy a whole DS game just to get fucking rubber bands.
Well, Pogs, just little bitty pieces of cardboard.
Yeah, I wouldn't like.
It's dumb, but at the time,
It made perfect sense.
everybody's doing it.
Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon.
That's the same thing. And people still love it. If Pogs came back, people would love it if they came back.
We'd have grown adults collecting Pogs.
Yeah.
This was the greatest game back when I was a kid.
Oh my god, man. Well, that's the case, though. You're dealing with that. Okay, that would be the voice, too. That's accurate.
Exactly.
Pogs are life, man, you know? My favorite is this hologram.
New Leaf was on the
dragon one.
Wii, right?
What? New Leaf?
Yeah, Animal Crossing New Leaf. It was on the Wii, right? I think it was on the Wii.
I don't know all the history of Animal Crossing games for sure.
for mobile devices and played a lot like those mobile games you see in all the weird ads everywhere now. The ad for the game claimed that you would join Stella the puppy.
New
in a
Leaf
Silly
was
Bands
3DS. Thank you, Becky. She knows more than I do.
Cool. 3DS. 3DS.
I still have my 3DS in the game. You sexy bitch.
I got you. Real nice DS.
Oh, shut up. Don't remind me.
Happy home design.
That just reminds me of the things I could have had in life.
themed adventure, though I don't see anything to do with her in the gameplay it shows, so that's kind of a letdown. Despite producing such
That's
quality
cute,
games,
though.
it doesn't seem like anything
Yeah, I
could
like
stop
them.
the fall of Silly Bands.
Obviously, I would.
Just as quickly as they had
Yeah.
been bought out of
Duh.
stock from every retailer that carried them, the fast fashion trend of Silly Bands developed into nothing more than an early 2010s memory.
Yeah.
I remember finding my own collection after years of them
2010s.
not being touched, all tangled together in a big colorful mess, and donating them to a local garage sale or something. I hate to think it, but I was probably among the few people that even bothered donating. Despite the intention of the original design of the Japanese animal rubber bands, I have a feeling once they weren't in style anymore, most people likely just tossed their Silly Bands in the trash when discovering their hoard of them years later like I did. So much for encouraged sustainability. It's not like Silly Bands is to blame for its fall into obscurity though, right? Such is the life cycle of any trend. They come, they go, they die. Or so we thought? In the past few years, Silly Bands have been the topic of some nostalgia bait, with people making posts reminiscing the 2010s and asking, does anyone remember Silly Bands? Which, of course, unless you were living under a rock, you probably do. Nostalgia bait isn't anything new.
I guess I was living under a rock. No, I was a mom. I was a mom, newly
Yeah.
divorced, working my ass off.
Right. Why the hell would you pay attention to some kid's toy?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
No.
I was a single ass mom at that time.
Yeah.
Shanny was like Reba.
I was like Reba, yo.
McIntyre?
I'm such a hard worker. No, I just did what I had to do.
You're my baby. You're a good girl. You're a
But
good
yeah, in
girl.
2010, I was busy.
Yeah. I'm sure you were.
I didn't have time for that because I was going to work, bringing my kids to daycare,
Oh, like the show Reba.
and
Okay, the show.
yeah. Requests. I need a. I know. I'm gonna pin it. Go to my Twitter, guys. Shanny Needs Love on Twitter. Okay.
Go.
I'm going to put right here video requests. And then I'm going to pin it. And then you can put your requests on it because it'll be on the top of my Twitter page
Good idea.
for requests. So, pin to profile. There we go. It is pinned. You can put video requests on my Twitter at Shanny Needs Love.
People want some Ted Bundy.
I don't have a Twitter. Ted. That's easily corrected.
Tweet.
You could just put the request down. It don't matter to me. Or do Jeffrey Dahmer.
We were supposed to do Dahmer.
But there's a scandal with silly bands we must discover.
Plays to people's nostalgia for likes and
I
views,
guess so.
making memes or other content
Important.
revolving around sentimental.
Oh, slap bracelets!
Yeah, they're neat.
I freaking love slap bracelets!
Yeah, they're neat. I remember them.
Oh, I'd still take some slap bracelets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I remember we were kids on the bus and slap bracelets were in and everyone had like the lawn Jolly Ranchers.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I remember it.
And we were like playing with slap bracelets and like sucking on Jolly Ranchers.
That's the truth.
I got in trouble in school for slapping someone with a slap bracelet. What? They don't even hurt.
You got in trouble for slapping somebody with them?
Who'd you slap? Was he a jerk? Did he deserve it?
Probably.
Miss the 90s. Me too. That Bubbles ice cream sandwich looks amazing.
Yeah.
I love Bubbles. She's my favorite.
Powerpuff Girl?
Yes.
Bubbles.
Days gone by. According to the About section on the official Silly Bands website, and an article posted to the blog section of the same site, silly bands are officially gaining popularity again. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that social media has brought old trends back into style. But what if most of the people
One of my
talking about silly
classmates, for
bands
fun,
aren't
he
actually
snitched.
reminiscing, but trying to restart the brand themselves? The earliest TikTok on the official Silly Bands business account, Silly Bands Online, was made back in November 2019.
Oh my god, that's so
I don't
cute.
really get it, but harmless content, right? Since this first TikTok, the Silly Bands Online account has posted over 1,000 videos all
Wow.
about Silly Bands. And it's not just nostalgia bait that's being posted, but pretty much any kind of video to be made that can somehow incorporate the bracelets. Among obvious promotional videos and giveaways, there's also ASMR.
Where is the Yoshi silly band? Yeah.
That needs to be a thing.
Cooking recipes. Send this to your crush memes. Dog videos.
Oh my god.
Satisfying videos. The list goes on. There are some real standouts among their hundreds of videos.
Wow, that has to feel good. Putting your hands in all those and just fluffing them
Tactile
up.
shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've had my hands and I had my hand in a bag of rubber bands.
Yeah.
It feels kind of alright.
Right? Because the rubber bands are like a soft texture.
Yeah, they are.
I'm glad we can get along in here, just me and 50 other friends. I'm glad we can get along too. I don't want to freaking yell back and forth with people. Fuck that shit. We got better things to do in life. Like learning about the scandal in silly bands. What's the fucking scandal?
Though. There's a Silly series, which follows two of the self-proclaimed Silly Bands girls as they go to different public stores and try to trade Silly Bands for something free.
You guys trade silly bands for freezes? Will you trade me a freeze for silly bands? You will? Perfect. These are the Kim
What?
Kardashian ones. Like, hold on to these. Alright, have a good one. Yeah, baby! Free freezes!
That's weird. What the hell?
What?
They-
He did that because she's hot. He's like, yeah, sure.
Probably. Yeah, you're probably right.
He did it because she's hot. You think he did it because he's hot? Or he did it because he literally wanted to have those stupid little rubber bands?
No.
He did it because she's hot.
Yeah. He's like, I get the butterflies from the girl, so I'll pay for a drink.
He wanted to meet her.
Yeah.
But hey, she hustled.
Yeah,
She hustled good, dude.
sure, why not?
Videos like that.
You, if you're pretty, use it. Why not?
Yeah, this series is Silly Girls, but I think you mean it in a different way than I do. In most of the videos, as you might expect, the already
I don't know,
workers
Jules, maybe.
that have to put up with this aren't really interested in dealing with the Silly Bands girls, especially when they notice that they're filming. Some of the employees just give in, seemingly to get these people out of their line.
Give me
or
some time.
because, as this Silly Bands boy puts it, she was too scared to tell me no. In some of the other videos, and I hate that they did so many of these, it seems like they probably told the workers what they were doing in advance and staged the video for better content. The worst part of this Silly series is that the creators actually challenged other TikTok users to do it themselves, calling it
I can't believe that they're bartering with frickin' rubber bands. How do they not get fired from their jobs?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Huh.
It's pretty weird.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem right to me, man.
Like they're their own currency? That just doesn't sound right to me. It's an elastic band.
I know.
It's pretty strange.
No. I call bullshit.
a challenge to harass minimum wage workers and beg for free stuff.
Okay.
Apparently, if you participated in the challenge, you could win cash prizes, Annie Energy, an energy drink partner with the company, or rare silly bands. Totally worth ruining some poor fast food worker's day. Fortunately, when searching under their Silly Series hashtag, the only videos of people doing the challenge were from the Silly Bands account
No
themselves,
way, Monkey
with
Toes.
just one video that was apparently done by
Dude. The cashier was How is he getting away with that?
Wow. That's insane.
Wow, they're getting laid back.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
fan that's also clearly staged. Although I think the Silly series might be some of the cringiest videos on the account, there are definitely some runners-up. Take this video where a grown man narrates a Pikachu doll for some kind of Silly Bands content.
Pika, what's wrong? Pika, 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 Pika! You don't have any silly bands! Pika?
What the hell, dude? What? Yeah,
That woman's cursed.
that is cringy. She's a cursed woman.
She's cursed, man. She's a witch, I tell you. A witch. Hey, weird question. Anyone in here watch the Blues Big City Adventure movie? No. Hi, Carrie.
Gavin knows boob.
Oh, it isn't Gavin knows boob.
He's a boy. You're not gonna see him right now, guys, because there's someone here, so
He's gonna hide.
he's gonna be a hidey boy.
Pikachu!
These young girls being told to say that their hands are ugly until they wear Silly Bands, which is just wrong for a lot of
What?
reasons.
That's so cringe.
And multiple videos showing
Yeah, I
how
don't do
easily
that.
broken Silly Bands are, again, under the guise of being relatable. And again, this just makes me feel sad for the original Animal Rubber Bands creators who just wanted people to stop treating rubber bands as disposable. Instead, they ended up fueling corporate greed through a stolen idea that's easily breakable and designed to be a fad that ends up getting thrown in the trash.
Ugh.
There's even a few videos about how relatable it is to want to wear so many Silly Bands that it cuts off the circulation to your hands, which, aside from not being relatable at all, is just blatantly glossing over the fact that there was a case where a 4-year-old was wearing so many Silly Bands.
Oh my god.
Ow.
Not good.
Ow.
See, that's what you gotta be careful of with kids.
That they
dude.
made his
That's
pants
painful
cut
looking
into his
as
skin
shit.
and caused him to bleed. I'm
Ow.
not saying that the Silly Bands team is directly to blame for this, but considering that this kid was probably not the only case of this happening, I just find it kind of icky to turn this into relatable content.
That poor girl.
What's arguably even worse than the cutting off your circulation jokes, though, is this video posted in October of 2020.
There's a new virus going around. And I think I already have it. I have like all the symptoms. It's called SBS. Silly Bands Syndrome. It literally says pandemic.
What is the point of all this shit?
I mean, I guess if I'm gonna die.
People get fixated on the most weirdest things.
Yeah, I'm really confused.
Wow.
Like, I'm trying to understand.
That's a grown-ass woman.
I mean, if it's money, it's like, yeah, okay, you're making money at this, so. It's like the TikTok, it's like little spurts and you make money. It's a very unique that's unique shit, you know?
True. Oh. Hawaii's Kilauea volcano is spewing lava right now.
Is it really?
Yep.
Dude.
The volcanoes are going off.
Silly bands, dude.
Silly bands. It's rubber bands, Melly. It's rubber bands. And apparently people, like, are kind of psychotic over them.
Everybody wants cooking stuff. It's really tough, guys, with the kitchen here, seriously. The kitchen is not good enough to do it.
No.
It's just not.
I'm gonna look good while doing it.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Obviously, the video is just cringy in general, but I'm sure I don't need to get into why it's gross to compare Silly Band syndrome to a virus that even this girl herself acknowledged as deadly.
Yeah, she's like, that's. How is she not canceled? If I did something like that, I would so get canceled.
I know that.
Instantly. Y'all would hate me.
And also, really, guys, like, it's kind of, you have to understand that this is, we have filmed the kitchen before, but I'm really not sure that we should be doing that.
No, I don't want to do that.
No. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
We got to get a place.
And I'm also sure that plenty of
I'm
people
working
made tons
on
of jokes
things.
pretty similar
I'm
to
gonna
this,
go.
and if you really wanted to reach, you could even say that this is how some people coped with the stress
Mama's
of
an old
2020.
woman, though.
I just don't find it appropriate at all, though, for a brand to be posting this as a way to try to garner success and revive a product that already fell out of relevancy a decade
Bear
ago.
with us and it'll happen.
So, cringy TikToks aside, what else is Silly Bins doing as a brand to try and fuel their own revival? Well, for starters, getting influencers to become affiliates so they can create even more TikToks for them. Once making a purchase, only then will you be prompted to be able to register as an affiliate. You won't get free Silly Bands unless you already have at least 50k followers, if that's what you're after. But you can earn.
Oh, really? You have to have 50k followers in order to give freaking rubber bands?
I'm very confused.
This is freaking rubber bands shaped in things.
And they break anyway.
Have I just slipped into the Twilight Zone? Probably.
Yeah, I'm confused, man. This is pretty weird.
Ooh.
Huh?
I would like to watch some Twilight Zone, actually.
It's a great show.
Up to 14% through commission on each sale. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anything about business deals and public relations, but isn't 14% kind of a weirdly specific number? Like, why 14? Also, 14% of the cost of a regular pack of Silly Bands is only 55 cents, so do with that information what you will. In addition to searching for affiliates, Silly Bands has already partnered with a group of influencers in yet another attempt to revive the brand. Sway House, a team of teenage boys that make quality TikTok content, quote, made a big investment in Silly Bands, making it their first stake in a company acquired as an investing group.
They're not 14.
With an official stake in the brand, which... for
These
all
guys
non-
are saying they're 14, but they're way older than
I
14.
mean, obviously.
A millionaire preacher with a weight loss cult? What?
That's pretty weird. That's pretty weird. Some weird shit in the world, man. Really weird.
by non-entrepreneurial types like myself basically means that they own a percentage of the company.
That one dude looks like James Charles.
Kinda. Yeah. What? I don't know.
Where's the watermelon?
They're hiding.
Yeah, they have to be hiding.
There's booms and stuff.
That's true.
It's like the perfect way to market towards a younger audience, especially fans of the Sway Boys. Oh, well, that's not good. For all my...
It's the repairman.
Obviously. It's G-Man.
Ew.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want anything to do with that individuals. I don't know who that person is.
Exactly.
non-entrepreneurial types out there, I don't really know what this means for their partnership. What I do know, though, is that there hasn't been any talk about it since they invested, and as far as I can tell, Silly Bands have not taken off again, despite what Robert and his Silly Bands girls would have you believe.
Ah.
So maybe the Sway House deal didn't pan out how they expected it to, and maybe all of their
Silly
TikToking isn't
Bands.
gaining them as many views as they thought it would either. There's still one surefire way to make money, promote the brand, and that everyone will love. Do like a charity partnership or something? No, stupid. Make a Silly Bands NFT. In January.
I think don't do Silly Bands because people are throwing them away and the animals don't need more fucking garbage.
Yeah, and they break anyway. What the hell's that?
I know.
It's another fad, and there's so much of that shit, and a lot of money spent on it.
Yeah.
It's just there for a while and then gone, but apparently it's still going. Whatever. NFTs.
February of 2022, Robert Croak, infamous Silly Bands creator, announced the launch of Silly Bands NFTs, which feature a shape from the specified Silly Bands collection, as well as an accessory and a custom background. With the purchase of an NFT, you'll also get benefits like free Silly Bands, free shipping on Silly Bands purchases, and eventually Metaverse wearables functionality. Just what I...
So they did the Trump gig thing. NFTs are garbage, man.
Stupid. Yeah. There's
Yeah.
no value.
Yeah.
There's none. It's like the cryptos are very similar. I mean, but they got their own market for trendy people.
Yeah, the NFTs do suck. It's like,
Who
oh
cares?
wow, I have this stupid crap.
always wanted.
Who cares?
Their NFT website claims that every NFT was painstakingly thought out and designed by our
I'm
in-house
sure.
creative team with rarity and collectability in mind. Yeah, I can see.
It was painstakingly thought out to make a frickin' line dude.
Digital fad. That's what NFTs are.
Yeah, it's a digital fad.
Yeah.
I'd never pay money for that.
No, it's stupid.
See the painstaking creativity in this plankton from SpongeBob silhouette. As Silly Bands grow in worldwide popularity and the exclusivity of this small collection reaches the masses, it will surely drive up the desirability and prices. There they go again, self-proclaiming their supposed growing popularity. I think Robert watched too many manifesting tutorials while he was busy on TikTok. From their
Manifesting
FAQ, it
tutorials.
seems like the price ranges from what is currently $87 to $100 worth of cryptocurrency. I don't know anything about NFTs except that they make me feel like I need to go wash my hands, so let me know if that seems like a good price for plankton. Speaking of Robert being busy on TikTok, I feel like this is a good time to touch on his own personal TikTok account that's filled with classic entrepreneur posts, giving financial advice, tips on how to become wealthy that don't include selling a...
Obviously, people don't remember Beanie Babies. I remember Beanie Babies.
Oh yeah, I do.
But see, Beanie Babies are sustainable. Like, they don't rip apart like these rubber bands to be thrown in the garbage and then kill the wildlife.
I mean, stuffed animals have always been collectible, so.
Yeah.
Rubber bands?
What about Furbies? Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
That was my time, yeah. When I was a kid. Furbies.
Furbies was the shit back in the day.
Tickle Me Elmo.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Elmo is creepy now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, TY's still going, dude.
Yeah, they always will, always.
a viral phenomenon, and calling out Elon Musk directly for manipulating the market.
Oh.
Should we tell him that the ad doesn't work and Elon isn't listening?
No.
I'm a long way from Silly Band's TikTok. So, are Silly Bands making a comeback? If you ask Robert and the Silly Bands girls, of course they are, and you should buy ASAP. If you ask pretty much anyone else, no. I do scroll past the occasional non-sponsored, non-branded, nostalgic Silly Bands post, but I also see those for things like that green ketchup they used to make, and I don't think that means that people want it back or that it'll be in stores
Green
again soon.
ketchup.
Robert Croak seems to be just another money-hungry entrepreneur type that thinks they can relive their best invention, dates younger women, and is grumpy with Elon Musk.
Oh, he likes the young girls, huh?
He's obsessed with Elon Musk.
He really believes with enough forced promotion and harassment of fast food employees that Silly Bands will make a comeback, despite the fact that he mostly just got lucky with the idea. But obviously, I'm just a simple consumer, so don't take my word for it. If NFT Silly Bands Plankton, I can't believe that's a coherent phrase, ends up taking off, then I guess I'll see you in the metaverse, or whatever.
Metaverse.
I mean, yeah,
That's Skynet.
that's dumb.
That's Skynet. People paid a fortune for them thinking they'd be worth something. Yeah,
I guess.
that's true.
dumb.
It is.
Pretty dumb.
Now, I wanted to play this one, The History of the Nurses in Silent Hill.
Oh. I don't think
If
I
you've
know
seen
shit
even a
about
glimpse of
that.
anything in the Silent Hill universe, I'm sure you're aware of the creepy nurses in this series.
Mhm.
But why are they the most consistent monster in Silent Hill, with only subtle changes between each game, like new weapons, nurses' caps, and amazing tits? It's often unclear why these monsters are staying in the series.
They just
I mean,
cut it off.
they are seen in Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, Origins, Homecoming.
They do. They all. The nurse girls always have really good
Perfect.
titas.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, kind of creepy though.
Yeah. Totally creepy.
Pretty creepy.
Sexy creepy.
Yeah. That was a thing.
Yep. Sexy creepy.
The arcade book of memories, moves, and comics. Surely there's a reason why they appear so much. This is the history of Silent Hill nurses. Our story begins with Dahlia Gillespie, who is the member of a secret cult in Silent Hill known as the Order. I have mentioned the Order a few times on this channel. They are a sadistic group who look to enforce a religion to those in Silent Hill and punish those who don't follow it. One aim of this cult is to birth a new god, who is said to bring a new paradise and rid the world of all pain, suffering, and those who don't believe in the religion. But how do the Order birth this new god? Well, Dahlia has a daughter called Alyssa. Alyssa has been forced to read the Order's scriptures and follow their religion since birth. As you can imagine, her childhood was incredibly dark and violent, given the powers and sadistic nature of the Order, along with being known in the town as the daughter
Something going on?
Hmm?
Or did he?
He went out the side door, I think.
Oh, okay.
of a witch,
Okay.
but also because she was chosen
I
as
told
the
you
one to birth
nurses are
this
hot.
new god.
Yeah.
Dahlia chose her daughter as the sacrifice to birth this god, and she even went as far as to try ancient rituals in her own home to force this birth. However, Alyssa channeled her abilities within the Order's religion to split her soul in half, so the ritual was never properly completed. This means Alyssa had to experience the extreme torture's ritual, but the rebirth was incomplete and lost in another entity.
Huh.
To the public eye,
Crazy.
Alyssa was thought to have died in a house fire and was declared a saint by the Order as the Mother of God. However, in reality,
Mother of God.
It's a twisted freaking version.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Is this a real story? Oh no, this is Silent Hill. This is a game, Brian.
Alyssa was transported to Alchemilla Hospital and was kept in the basement by Dahlia and the director of the hospital, Dr. Michael Kaufman.
What?
Okay.
Dr. Kaufman had an alliance with Dahlia centered around drugs, and so Dahlia trusted him to keep her daughter a secret. Dahlia, Dr. Kaufman, and only a few members of the Order knew that Alyssa was still alive after the ritual. Confined to the hospital's basement, Alyssa is given hallucinogenic drugs, further intensifying her torment. But there seems to be no end to her suffering. Her ability to not die is given by the incomplete rituals which have protected her as the Mother of God, despite not
Weird.
even birthing the god. There was just one other person who knew Alyssa was still alive, and this was a young nurse named Lisa Garland.
Okay.
Lisa had to watch over Alyssa in the hospital and try
Oh, they
to
all look
reduce her
like her.
suffering.
She's got a nice
In
rotten
return,
boobs.
she was given drugs.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense now.
There we go.
It's all based on her body, that specific nurse.
Yeah.
That makes
By
sense.
Dr. Kaufman. Every day, Lisa would have to remove bandages, clean up burns and infections, stop her pains and supply Alyssa with drugs. Alyssa would see Lisa every single day, and so Lisa became a main character in her life, or rather, her nightmare. The world of Silent Hill is influenced by Alyssa's nightmare, as her failed ritual had cursed Silent Hill and created all manifestations within. These are manifestations of Alyssa's history of sacrifice, her fears, school bullies, and of course, the nurses at the hospital who seemed to be working with the Order.
Huh.
This meant that Silent Hill became populated with cursed nurses that would roam the hospital. They are all manifestations of Alyssa's nightmare.
Huh.
In the Origins timeline, this is after we meet Travis Grady, who is a truck driver that has expressed difficulty in finding the right women, due to his job which is time-consuming and lonely. Travis also has a traumatic childhood and doesn't seem to be the most sociable person. This mix of social anxiety and unfamiliarity with talking to women helps to manifest the perfect nightmare for Travis as he heads through Silent Hill. During his time searching Silent Hill Hospital, Travis finds nurses that are revealing, which seem to play into his anxiety around women. These nurses also tend to jitter and jolt, possibly symbolising how Travis fumbles the bag with women and is unsociable. The representation of nurses is thanks to Alyssa's nightmare, but this specific appearance is due to Travis's own personal fears. Some years later, Harry Mason visits Silent Hill after crashing his car and losing his daughter Cheryl.
Yeah.
He
Huh. So, why is Alyssa? How is Alyssa manifesting all this shit exactly?
She's the one. She did a ritual or something, right? Or is that
Yeah,
that other
yeah,
one?
she did it. Alyssa was in the ritual. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's how she's manifesting her dreams into reality.
Yeah.
It had something to do with that ritual.
They want us to do some paranormal video.
That'd be cool. Yeah, like
KK.
Omar.
finds himself a part of Alyssa's nightmare, as Cheryl seems to be valuable to the Order, but we'll discuss more of that later. In search for his daughter, he enters Alchemilla Hospital, which is where he finds otherworldly creatures like the nurses Alyssa
Yes,
had
sir.
manifested.
1 minute, guys.
I'm coming. What's up, sir? Sorry.
Sorry. I apologize, my folks, for being a dumbass.
You're fine.
Please forgive me for my dumbassery.
You're cute, girls.
I'm still muted? No, I'm not. It's done. It's over with. It has been fixed. It
It's dead.
feels warmer in here.
Yeah, you feel it?
Yes.
Be able to put my fucking shorts on again.
Right?
Yeah, that's nice.
Ah, warmth. Now I want to take a sleep.
This is the first time we see nurses
I
in
didn't
Silent
sleep
Hill.
good last
But
night.
this isn't the
I was cold. I know. I was cold and I was like, I'm glad it got fixed so fast though. Thank God.
Yeah. You are cold, girls.
I can't handle that shit.
Oh, that's the neighbor, okay.
only time they appear. In the 1980s, James Sunderland receives a letter from his dead wife Mary. She calls for him to return to their special place, despite dying from a chronic illness 3 years prior. In his desperation and depressive state, he looks for Mary in Silent Hill. Silent Hill
Yeah,
was
you
once
want
a
me to go
popular
with you,
tourist
right?
destination which James and
Of
Mary
course.
would visit. Even during Mary's illness, they would come to this town. Throughout James's journey in Silent Hill, he is reminded of his past visits to the foggy town, his life without
That
Mary,
first game
and
is
the
freaky
guilt and
as
depression
shit.
that he felt when she was
This
ill.
is the second game.
James sees
Oh,
Silent
that's
Hill as
second
a
game? Okay.
Yeah, this is Silent Hill 2.
I think the first game is the freakiest.
Um,
There's some scary shit in the other ones.
The
Horror.
Room.
The Room is horrifying, actually.
The Room.
Yeah,
dude.
that one's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be the worst. Not
I think The Room's the worst.
You're
in my
probably
opinion.
right. You're probably right. That is a horrifying one.
the mirror for his own trauma, rather than someone else's. He finds Pyramid Head, for example,
He
who
kills
was a
his
manifestation
wife.
of James's
That's-
guilt
that's-
and inner torment,
Spoilers.
represented as an executioner James once saw in a painting. I have another video on the history of Pyramid Head, should you want to watch that next.
Oh my god, that's
That's
Another
basically what
example
the
of James-
manifestations were of this chick. Is that was his wife, and he killed her.
that's nuts.
Yeah,
Story.
Yeah. There's like 3 different endings to 2.
Wow, you know some shit.
Yeah, I do.
James's manifestation is, of course, nurses. During James's visits to the hospital to see Mary, he was given bad news by doctors and nurses. And so these are characters that haunt him as they are the personification of bad news. For James, these nurses are much more revealing than Alyssa's nightmare, as they represent
Titties.
something completely different.
Look at that skirt.
During
man.
Mary's illness, James had
Easy
sexual
access
deprivation
nurses.
and anxiety that drove him to guilt. This
they're
emotion is
short.
manifested in the
Yeah,
nurse's
that's
appearance,
access.
as they are much more
Oh.
revealing.
That's
You may be
Smasher
wondering
Head.
why these nurses have a covered, suffocated bubblehead. Well, in James's relived experience of trauma during his visit through Silent Hill, he uncovers some suppressed memories. Not only does he remind himself that Mary is dead, but he finds an old tape which plays some of the deeper memories he hasn't really acknowledged or accepted. In this old tape, James acknowledged that during Mary's illness, he suffocated her with a pillow, killing her and ending her suffering.
Wow.
But of course, making his guilt even worse. This traumatic decision is represented in
I
the
don't
nurses'
remember the story
appearance,
of this
as
shit.
their faces are also covered by fabric with their breathing obstructed. Silent Hill and the manifestations within change from an individual's mind to Alyssa's, depending on who visits the town and when they do. For example, in 2003,
Enjoy your crab legs. Oh, the price has doubled for king crab legs? Oh, jeez.
For real?
They
Christ.
were already expensive.
Doubled?
Heather
Fuck
Mason
that
visits
shit.
Silent Hill
That's
to
nuts.
stop the order and uncover secrets of her own past. After her father, Harry Mason, is murdered by one of the cult's members. You may remember earlier I said that Alyssa split her soul into two, and the other half went into another entity. This entity is Heather. Heather is Harry's daughter, the same daughter he was searching for in Silent Hill, previously known as Cheryl. Heather is the reincarnation of both Cheryl and Alyssa, and so she has foggy memories of both individuals.
That's ridiculous, Ted. Jason.
What?
Ted spent $20 on a dozen eggs and 8 apples.
What the hell, dude? That's crazy shit. Wow.
It's all fabricated, too, because they can raise the prices. That's why they do.
Of course.
Assholes.
Wrong.
These memories of her previous life haunt her as she visits Silent Hill, although sometimes a lot of the manifestations aren't clear. They might be nightmares she can't fully recall. As the reincarnation of Alyssa, nurses reappear during her visit through Silent Hill, specifically when she visits the hospital.
Crab legs are $85 a pound?
What? Holy shit. What? In like California?
Holy shit. No thank you.
That's gotta be like California prices or something.
No fucking thank you.
Jesus. That's madness.
Yeah, yep, that's why I didn't get them. Yeah, I would be like, fuck that shit.
No, that's like...
I'll get some imitation crab.
Oh.
Not California, Washington.
Okay. That makes sense.
But they're known for their crab. Ridiculous.
Inflation City.
King crab is my favorite. I got a pound the other day for $65. Jesus.
Why?
No, I'm not paying that much.
It is delicious shit. But
I know.
God, like...
I ain't doing that.
No.
Mm-mm.
That's insane.
These nurses look rather normal, although they do cough up blood or feed on bloody carcasses. This could represent the physical changes Heather has been through and is going through. But it may also be foreshadowing the
twitching.
birth of the new god, the same god promised by the incomplete rituals. Even after this god is out of the picture, this isn't the last time we see nurses in Silent Hill. In October 2007, Alex Shepard returns to Shepherd's Glen, a town that neighbours Silent Hill. He was sent to a mental hospital after a fatal accident on Toluca Lake involving his brother. Alex would lose his mind after this accident,
I don't know
and
this.
so he is institutionalized to suppress the memories of that horrific night. He was brainwashed at the mental hospital to believe he was in the war, that he lived another
Really?
life that was never even in the hospital. To the extent where his dad lends him his past military dog tags and jacket to reinforce these fake memories. Alex's experience with the
What?
curse of Silent Hill, and subsequently the same curse over Shepherd's Glen, is random fragments of thought and memory that are a mix of reality and his
Wow.
brainwashed past. He can often hear gunfire in war, although he was never even in the military.
Wow.
He relived the
watermelon.
nightmare of his brother's death, although he
Hey,
can't
Bill.
even remember it.
Are you a
Along with
girl?
the creatures
She's a
and
baby.
beings within the town.
Are you my girl?
He sees nurses, for example, which are a mixed creation of
You're
his
my
false
girl.
military past and his time.
You're my girl. Yeah. Huh? Row? Row?
Little baby? Huh? You want to be warm? You want to be warm, Toby? Huh?
Baby girl. She's such a lion.
Yeah. The little dogs.
I don't have many sins, so I wouldn't know.
I'm in the mental hospital.
I
It
don't
makes
know.
sense that Alex saw nurses a lot during his time at the hospital, but how did they become a part of his false military narrative?
I try to be good.
Well, in his diary, it
You're
says
a
that
good
the
girl.
one thing that made the living conditions of the
do.
military bearable was the nurses. They have these pristine white uniforms cut right above the knee, their breasts spilling out from their shirts. Look, I don't want to sound like a dirtbag or anything. I'm just saying I appreciate the military providing us with the one thing to brighten our days. Maybe it's sort of like payback for getting us stuck in this place to begin with. I don't know. All I can say is, thank you. The nurses in Alex's brainwashed military experience were over-sexualized, possibly reinforced by the fact that he couldn't have sex in reality, and so he manifests nurses from his real experience with over-sexualized features and purpose from his fake memories. This representation of nurses is likely the one most people recognize, as we see this version of nurses in a lot of Western media, including films, some comics, and other Silent Hill titles. The appearance of nurses in the Silent Hill universe doesn't stop there. Hospital trauma, mental health, the manifestation of fear and guilt, these are recurring characteristics of those who visit Silent Hill, along with being a primary nightmare for Alyssa. So it's no wonder that nurses are a prominent figure in this foggy town. They are an integral part to most of the characters' experience in Silent Hill.
I love watermelon.
I hope you enjoyed this video.
I love watermelon
if you did, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for more.
That was pretty
Silent Hill
interesting
content.
stuff. Jesus, that's right. You see get her ass in the bottom.
I know, right?
But that, why is it? I'm not clear. Why is it that he's necessarily has sexualized nurses because he was in the military? The fake memories because army men want to screw nurses or something.
I don't know.
I didn't follow that.
Oh my gosh. Art of Insanity. The weird art of the mentally disturbed.
That's pretty interesting. Okay. Oh.
Oh. Then never mind.
We should probably not play that. This world.
Then never mind.
Censorship of speech, man.
I won't play it then, because it triggers people.
Yeah.
Don't want to trigger people.
No, of course not.
No.
Especially not on that topic.
I wouldn't know. I'm just looking for shit.
A swamp torture killer?
The story of Japan's most hated woman?
What?
Could you live beside someone like this?
What the hell?
After spending years being the most obnoxious neighbor she possibly could, through multiple lawsuits and arrests, this lady, commonly known as Mrs. Noisy, became a household name in Japan. Countless memes.
She just screams at everybody. She seems angry? Yeah. Holy shit.
Oh my god, man. Someone has some problems that need a therapist that could fix her, maybe.
She's very angry.
She just screaming.
I mean, I got anger issues, but this is
And
like,
even a movie were made about her. But is there another side to this story? What could possibly cause someone to act this way? The truth was hidden down an incredibly deep rabbit hole. One small asterisk before we begin. This topic is extremely controversial on the Japanese internet. It's rife with misinformation, and it can be very difficult to determine what's true and what's not. To start, I'll cover the mainstream narrative of events. Then I'll present the alternative theories and counter-narratives. This is Kawahara Miyoko. She rose to infamy in
oh my god! That face is it. That's the internet.
Ah, yeah, that's the internet.
That right there is the internet.
Karahara Miyoko.
That's the internet.
Yeah, that's the internet. Pretty much. Hi, Gabby. Hi, handsome boy.
Yeah, he is a good boy.
The place is empty now. He's got to check everything out, make sure everything's in place.
Of course, yeah, he's got a pokey face.
He does. He's like, is everything in place?
Yeah.
Did my food get taken away?
No,
Is my
you're not-
food still
He
there?
has his food.
Okay, they didn't take my food. It's good.
5. After CCTV footage of her terrorizing her neighbors was shown as headline news all over the country. Soul-Oba-san, or in
Oh
English,
my God,
Mrs.
that
Noisy
poor
would
woman.
victimize her neighbors in Heguricho, which is a suburb of Nara, by doing the following. Beat her futon from her balcony every day while screaming insults at her neighborhood. Sometimes from 6 a.m. Park her car in front of the victim's house and honk the horn. Kick the victim's entryway gate. Constantly ring their doorbell.
Holy
And
shit!
worst of all, place multiple alarm clocks and a radio cassette player in an open window at the closest possible point to the victim's house, just meters away,
Deliberate
and blast
menace.
R&B and hip-hop music 24 hours of the day, every day, for years.
This is insane. She's a menace.
Please stop the music. It's disturbing the neighborhood.
This is unbelievable.
This woman's great.
I like her.
She's Japan's biggest troll.
She's rattling the cage.
She's like, fuck society.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
She plays hip hop music all day long.
Because she can, because she's done with everybody.
I wonder what her story is.
She definitely has mental health issues. She's probably Tourette's, like with a combination of something else. I don't know. Tourette's on there.
She started blasting music in 1996 and never stopped. It
Yeah,
was
maybe
on
mania.
24 hours of the day. She was taken to civil court over it in 1999 and lost, paying a 600,000 yen fine,
Ah.
USD. This didn't stop her though. In 2000, the victimized family, who are not named publicly, but I'll refer to as the Sato family, installed a security camera which was able to capture footage of Mrs. Kawahara kicking and causing damage to their house's gate. This was enough evidence for a serious arrest. Kawahara was imprisoned
Damn.
for 46 days and fined 100,000 yen. This was the only time that the music stopped. After her release, she came back for revenge, continuing to play music and being a nuisance for 5 more years.
She don't give up.
She was finally arrested again in April of 2005. At her trial, the court recognized a specific period of 18 months where they had records of the noise she was making. Evidence showed sound readings taken around 5 a.m. from 1 meter away from her window, recorded as loud as 79 decibels, approximately equal to an alarm clock.
Yes, we lived in Japan in Denver, Colorado Prefecture. But see, it was unique though, because we lived in it. We had government protection, okay? Because we got the feds got involved with the case with the trolls, and they flew us out to Japan, and we were in this biodome. So because people were saying, how could it be that time? Because it's like 10 p.m. in Japan, and we can see the sun's up. Rev, you're not in Japan. I said, see, but no, it's got an artificial fucking climate system in a dome. Don't you get it? Okay, so we were in Denver Prefecture of Japan. It was wonderful. Now moving on.
2 a.m., 3 a.m.
In court, Mrs. Kawahara represented herself, appearing in a big pink sweater with a picture of a dog on it and pink socks. When a video of herself whacking her
This
futon to
woman's
her classic
amazing.
rhythm was played in the court.
Look at her when she speaks. She's like this. Oh God.
No, this is really not funny to laugh at this because she is mentally ill. She doesn't just yell at like somebody yell, you son of a bitch. She's like, you son of a bitch, you son of a bitch, you son of a bitch. That's clear mental illness, I think.
She started dancing along to the beat. Because of
She's having fun at times.
Wow. She's like Japan's Von Helton.
I don't know if Von's that loud, man.
Well, you've seen him yell for hours and hours.
Oh,
and
I
hours,
see what you mean. Yeah.
and won't shut the fuck up.
I don't think he would do this running around the neighborhood though.
That's 16-hour rage fest, dude.
That's endurance.
I don't know how he did it.
No,
He was screaming the whole time.
just about.
Psycho.
Significant suffering experienced by the Sato family as a result of Mrs. Kawahara's actions, including insomnia, headaches, and vertigo. She was eventually sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in prison and forced to pay 2 million yen in damages. After the footage recorded by the Sato family's CCTV cameras was released to the media, it became mainstream headline news and went viral online too. Furthermore, when reporters would go to Heguricho to see what was going on, Kawahara would scream and berate them. Kawahara Miyoko became a household name, and not in a good way. Her chant of Hikoshi, Hikoshi, Sassato Hikoshi became a meme. Here are some references to her in popular media.
Hitoshi.
Oh my god, she's made it into anime.
Countless remixes
Yeah.
of her too.
She made it into anime. Oh my god!
People
What the fuck? Oh my
Oh my god.
god! Did they put it? They put it to like fucking trance music.
This woman's the shit.
Oh my god! I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
I love this woman.
Absolutely hilarious. Oh
Yeah, I've heard about Vaughn's dog. I really don't want to talk about that. He's a piece of shit. Throwing the dog in the garbage can and taking a picture. Ah, that's classy.
Oh.
I'm done.
People still call her DJ Miyoko and compliment her taste in R&B.
DJ Miyoko.
All over the internet to this day. Also, in 2019, a movie
A
came out
Pokemon
based on the events that
card?
happened back then. It follows a dispute
Or is
between
that a
neighbors
Yu-Gi-Oh
over
card?
noise from whacking a futon that ends up involving the media, apparently. I haven't been able to find it online, but if you've seen it, please tell us about it in the comments. So, what could have caused such bad blood between neighbors? Sources disagree as to the true origin, but it could be a combination of any of the following. The first is that the Sato family was upset about a lamp they placed in their garden.
She's just walking around. I never seen anything like this.
They were arguing over a lamp. A lamp.
A lamp. Come on.
Another source says that the feud started when Mrs. Kawahara started hanging her futons or carpets on her balcony and whacking them to clean them at 6 a.m. This news report claims that it started when the Sato family's children hit Mrs. Kawahara's vehicle with a ball while playing catch. Also, Mrs. Kawahara has a tendency to sue her neighbors. We'll get into it later, but in her trial where she was sentenced to prison, she was asked multiple times whether or not she will finally stop suing her neighbors. Mrs. Kawahara claims that she was also partially victimized, however. While under oath, she stated that people from her town would bully her, including cutting her barbed wire fences, breaking her flower pots, and having people glue her shutter's keyhole shut. Additionally, she claims she has had rocks thrown at her, had people deface her house's nameplate, and had her door broken by a brick in 2004. She says this led her to fight alone versus the rest of the neighborhood. Even in some testimony provided by Mrs.
Well,
Sato,
you know,
she admits that at one point a large group of
she
people
just got
were
sick of
outside
everyone's
Kawahara's
shit.
house, heckling her.
Pretty much.
As all of this was playing out in the public eye, alternative theories started popping up on image boards in Japan. Websites like 2channel have managed to popularize the theory that it is actually in fact Mrs. Kawahara, their beloved DJ Miyoko, who was the victim, and that the supposed victimized Sato family were actually the harassers. How could that be? Well, The theory goes that after moving into the neighborhood, Mrs. Kawahara was quickly invited by her neighbors to join a certain religious organization. After rejecting them, she started to face constant harassment. The organization, along with all of her neighbors and the mass media, spun a web of lies to destroy her character. They started attacking her and her family, framing her for things like graffiti and destruction of property, spying on her, bringing mobs of people to her house to protest her, and much more. The theory also states that Mrs. Kawahara's entire family was afflicted with a horrible disease and needed constant care. Remember that last one. It'll come up again later. As I said, this theory is incredibly prevalent online. However, I found no evidence that there is, or ever was, a branch of that religion in Haguricho, or that they have any significant following in the area. Furthermore, at the top of the Nico-Nicopedia for this theory, it gives a big warning in red text before you even start reading the article. The only sources for this theory are 2channel and sites that source content from it. It's just a hypothetical theory. Sometimes, sources other than 2channel are referenced, like the magazine Shukan Shincho. Here, they are referring to this specific article from their June 2005 edition. In fact, verifiable sources on this subject are extremely scarce nowadays. Almost all of the citations on the Wikipedia page refer to paper publications from around 2005 that are not available online, but I wanted to find out what actually happened. I bought the relevant sources online, waited for them to arrive, and managed to procure the following information. By the way, all the documents refer to Mrs. Kawahara as Miyoko, her first name, so I'll be calling her that too. In 2005, Miyoko's sister was interviewed when her grandchildren were being bullied because of Miyoko's reputation. She said, "The Miyoko I've seen on TV, I've never seen her like that before, and that Miyoko is honestly a nice person." Apparently, in the early stages of Miyoko and Mrs. Sato's relationship, they would spend quality time together, going to get tea or pumping nice water from the springs together. Early on, Miyoko was at war with a different family in the neighborhood who threw rocks at her car. Apparently, it led
That's
to fistfights in the
awful.
streets. Miyoko sued that family, won in court, and they ended up moving
They're
away.
bullying
It was
each
fine for a
other.
while,
It's tit
but
for
eventually,
tat.
conflict started with the Sato family. So, how did the conflict actually begin? Miyoko briefly mentioned to her sister, Mrs. Sato, complaining about the noise she was making when washing dishes, but the main problem was the garden light, apparently. It quickly escalated after that. Mrs. Sato says, "It started with prank calls. On some days, over 75 times. Miyoko would call me and not say anything. Just a little note, silent phone calls are considered threatening in Japan."
What the fuck? What?
World weird, man. Very strange.
God.
Constant graffiti on the walls, honking her car horn for over 30 minutes, throwing firecrackers at their house, and having all kinds of disgusting insults yelled at them. Sato says, "I'll never forget, September 7th, 1996. This is the day that the 24/7, 365 days a year music started." She kept memos. Quote, "I have 22 diaries of this. I installed 3 security cameras and have over 100 tapes. I even installed double pane windows to help block the sound."
Why don't they fucking move?
Yeah,
I would move.
you'd have to.
I'd be like, I can't stand this lady, Jason. I'm going to fucking kill her.
Yeah, it's over. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
We need to get the fuck out.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't like noise, so that would really get on my nerves.
And as a result, I've probably spent near 10 million yen on countermeasures, approximately $90,000 US. In August 2004, through a civil suit, they received an injunction to stop Miyoko's behavior. They managed to get 4 provisions that Miyoko was supposed to abide by. Do not play music through a speaker facing their house between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Do not say things that defame their character. Do not recklessly honk your horn. Do not ring their doorbell if you have no business with them. Not only did Miyoko completely break these provisions, she bought 3 security cameras of her own and surrounded her house with barbed wire to fortify it, she said. When the police came for her, they needed 4 or 5 people to breach her house. She went crazy, causing one of them to need 3 stitches in their arm. But
Holy shit! You can see that rage that she could get physical. There's
Holy shit, that woman is a fighter.
serious rage.
Oh man, you gotta love a woman like that, man. She's feisty.
She's very feisty, yeah. She ain't taking nothing, man.
Nah, she's just done. She's like, fuck this world. I'm done. I'm
You
gonna
wanna
fight
mess
it.
with me? Here's my hip hop. Fuck you! Fuck you! Assholes!
Why did Miyoko care so much about the light in the first place? According to Mrs. Sato, one of their first fights was when Miyoko came to her house and said, "You know my husband has bad legs. Your light makes my husband dizzy. What will you do if it makes him fall? I'll sue you." This isn't something Miyoko just made up either. Here's another quote from Mrs. Sato. "Seeing her husband go
She
up
is a
their wooden
legend.
steps on all fours, it broke my heart. I visited her daughter in the hospital. But the time we lost as well will never come back. That's what hurts." So Miyoko has children?
She's
and they're
got
in
that-
the hospital? Why is her husband crawling up?
She's got that diva energy, you know. She's got everything has to work out for her need, man.
Yeah.
Fuck you, asshole!
Yeah! You wanna mess with my property? Fuck you, asshole! There's my hip hop. Fuck you! Fuck you!
Up the stairs.
Great, man.
Well, there's something very
And then she goes out in her
you
car
should
and
know.
honks the horn for
Noah
30
Miyoko
minutes
was born
straight.
in 1947 in
Oh.
Okinawa. After graduating high school, she soon after moved into a house in Osaka.
We'd be looking out of the window and just cracking our ass up.
I would be shitting my pants laughing. I would literally be shitting myself laughing. It's like, this is why we came to Japan.
That's
it.
Diva versus diva. Woo! She's a firecracker. I know, man. I love her. She's great.
Hilarious.
At age 21, she got married to a man who was
She's a
also
true
from Toyama.
American.
She was
Just a
married.
note, lots of
Oh.
sources say it was an arranged marriage, but this
Oh.
article specified it was not arranged.
Oh.
She was, however, pregnant when they got married. They had 3 kids together, 2 daughters and then a son. They bought a house together in East Osaka, and things were looking good.
Osaka.
Until one day, when her eldest daughter, in her early teenage years, started having seizures and became bedridden. She was diagnosed with a disease called SCA, a degenerate inherited condition which affects approximately 30,000 people in Japan. Here's what Miyoko's relatives had to say about it. The disease starts by inhibiting your ability to walk.
Oh.
Then it progresses, affecting your ability to use your arms and legs. It takes your ability to talk. Eventually, you stop being able to eat and even breathe as you
Whoa.
get weaker every day.
Fuck is that?
Show me a mother that can
Sounds
remain
like a
calm
mess.
while her beloved child gets weaker and weaker, closer to the grave with each passing day. It must have been tough, but Miyoko took care of her. That wasn't the end of the bad news, though. The disease was genetic. Her husband had it, and he passed it down to their children.
Oh,
Worse,
no.
him, the other daughter, and their son started to all succumb to it as well. From an interview with Miyoko's husband's mother,
Well, then no wonder she has a fuck it all attitude.
Yeah.
She lost everyone she
Yeah,
loved.
that's it. That's what did it. Now we know.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Yeah.
She lost everything.
She lost everything, and she's like, nah, I take care of me. Fuck you all.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
You want to try
Sheets coffee.
Sheets coffee? I don't think it'll come out very good when it gets to Germany. That'll be some old ass coffee.
No, they do sell it.
Oh.
They have,
Oh. Then we could
Unbrewed.
probably give that to her.
if they still have it. I'll have to see.
Yeah.
I'll have to see.
I don't know what the disease is, man.
my husband would apologize to Miyoko every time he saw her. He passed it to his son through his ex-wife, but Miyoko never complained. She took excellent care of her entire family through their difficult times. Eventually, both daughters died 3 years apart. Her husband and son lived on, but required permanent care. In her first trial, she was represented by a lawyer, but after that, she
She's
represented
done.
herself in court each time. Even though she
Caretaker burnout. It fucking happens. It fucking happens.
Yeah, her fuse was just, fuck you, everybody. I'm done. She lost too much.
Yeah, she needs people to treat her well.
It broke her fucking mind.
Yeah, broke her heart, broke her mind.
And then people were messing with her on top of it on her street.
I know, instead of treating her like a woman who lost her whole family.
Yeah. Wow.
She was busy with the care of her family. She went to the courthouse alone and learned how to prepare all the documents and evidence forms. She filled out 3 cardboard boxes worth of documents while laying with her daughters on their deathbed.
Whoa.
Miyoko's sister says that Miyoko insists she was set up from the start. Regarding the destruction of the gate, Miyoko wrote an affidavit for the court. Would a strong gate made of iron really be broken by such a small impact? Please, try kicking or shaking my gate. I promise I won't sue you. Miyoko was wearing sandals at the time, and her legs did not sustain any injuries from the kick. She claims the Sato family broke their own door.
God bless
Regarding
you,
the case of the graffiti on the wall, Miyoko's affidavit insists she would...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it does change you. God bless you, sweetheart.
Yeah, see some shit.
was framed there, too. Miyoko saw Mrs.
It
Sato
does.
bent over doing something strange to the wall from her second-floor window. Sato was moving quickly, so she couldn't exactly see what. Miyoko went down to check, and Sato immediately started yelling, "Look what you've done," trying to frame her. Miyoko saw the red lines on the wall and was shocked. According to less credible websites, when this graffiti-related framing was brought up in court and Mrs. Sato was made to explain what happened,
Exactly. Because what you get out of caretaking is way worth anything else.
Thing.
It really is a beautiful thing.
Yeah. It makes your soul go, wow. Like, that's, Jesus is close to that.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're a good person, like, I really, because I have seen a couple bad nurses too.
Mm-hmm.
One of which was male. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be sexist against males in this sense, but I don't know about males being nurses much. But the compassionate, you need to be compassionate if you're a nurse.
They use the males for the lifting mostly.
Yeah, well, that's fine. But
Hi, Gabby.
I'm just saying.
Hi, Mr. Baby Boys.
I haven't seen many bad nurses, and one was male.
Hi, baby. How are you, handsome bear?
He's a good boy.
How are you, handsome? Oh, he's going on the couch.
You coming over here, Gav? You got warm toe beans. Gav,
He's a good boy.
what you doing?
You're perched up there. Okay, you got it. You got it, boy.
You want to come here?
It's rewarding, but it really sucks the life out of you. It does. But I'd do it again. I'd break my body again for it. Always.
was too tired, refused to answer, fainted, and left the courtroom.
It's a Jesus job.
Miyoko is honestly a nice person, her sister writes, but it's in her nature to respond to a challenge. She couldn't stand being framed like this. Even Miyoko herself is aware how absurd her feud with her neighbors is. I am a wolf, she wrote. I fight my fight alone. I haven't consulted anyone about this. It's my responsibility. I don't want to involve anyone else in this stupid quarrel. When reporters talk about this case, they often ask, what could have caused Miyoko to act like this? To them, Miyoko replied, it's not some sort of selfish, purposeless noise. It's my cries, my screams. Mrs. Sato was quoted right after she saw Miyoko come out of jail into the courtroom. When I saw Mrs. Kawahara in court, she looked so thin. I felt bad for her, but honestly, it's for the best. It's so quiet without her. I can listen to Teresa Teng or Masashi Sada's From the North Country, whatever songs...
Yeah, I've worked in a couple nursing homes before. I've also worked in a lot of, residents. Mostly residents I've worked at as a caretaker. But I have worked in nursing homes.
You worked in, group homes, right?
Mhm.
Group home.
I want now. Honestly, I don't want her to come back. I just want to keep on living in quiet like this. Kawahara Miyoko was released from prison in 2007 after 3 months plus 17 months time served. Nobody has heard from her since, but the city of Haguricho's
It's so
reputation was severely
rewarding.
damaged by the events. They had to implement a new law trying to
Did I
restore order in their
wipe
city,
butts?
which, among other things,
Yeah.
You did everything.
I did everything.
You did it all.
Change cats and everything. Oh, when you get attached to a patient, yeah. Those are probably the hardest ones. But you can't help but get attached to people. It's like you're taking care of them.
Sure,
You know?
of course.
You love these people.
Yeah.
And I don't care what anyone says. It's like all of them I loved.
Yeah.
things restricts the noise levels of households to 65 decibels in the day and 60 decibels at night. A very convoluted story. Who do you think was in the right? Any theories? Also, tell me about your worst neighbors.
Man.
I hope you enjoyed the video. Sorry about the
I
delay.
think the woman's awesome.
I mean, she's entertaining.
The depraved story of Cord Kitty. What's Cord Kitty?
I have no idea.
One of the groups the internet loves to cringe at the most, and one they've been cringing at for decades at this point, is furries.
Oh yay, it's a furry story.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna have a furry story.
All right.
Yay!
Oh boy. It said this is some of the most disturbing content you'll ever see.
Probably.
I mean, it's so innocent, seemingly innocent. You know?
People think this is sexy.
Well, some people make it a fetish, of course, but everything's fetishized. I mean,
I don't know how this can be sexy. What? No, Gavin, don't get me wrong. You're sexy, but
he's a good boy.
you're a natural furry.
Yeah.
That's why you're sexy. Yes.
What a boy.
You're a natural furry.
Yeah.
You're just sexy all the way.
Yeah, he's
Yes,
like
you
that.
are.
He's a good boy.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. He smiles.
Sorry, didn't want to make you feel insecure, baby.
No.
You are a sexy baby.
Yeah.
Yes, you baby.
Gavin knows boop. Boop. He's a good boy. Yeah.
Alright.
This is going to be crazy, I bet.
What started as a minuscule fandom dating all the way back to the 80s has grown considerably in the digital
80s?
with the largest in-person convention, Midwest.
Furry's gone back to the 80s?
Yeah, now I see why they say it is sexual, because a lot of times you have them humping on each other. Like,
Yeah.
mating stuff. So I get that, I guess.
Yeah.
24 million?
No, it's 2 million.
2 million views.
Furfest, garnering 11,000 attendees, and people have taken notice. Most of the mockery is in good fun, and the general
Feet.
sentiment seems to be live and let live. That consenting adults can be a little eccentric
Yeah.
if they want to, but it's no secret the community has had its fair share of scandals over the years, which it has garnered considerable negative attention for. Names like hypnotist Sappho and Kiro the Wolf come to mind. Many of these scandals have involved furries being exposed as zoophiles or zoosadists, or outright admitting it themselves and trying to push for the acceptance of zoophilia.
I am a zoophile. You did not mishear that. I am a zoophile.
What?
I do not have a thing for humans. I am more attracted to dogs, like German shepherds.
Boy.
This comes as no surprise.
Oh, and then they call it zoophile. Oh. Normalization of bestiality. All right, let's not have it be sexual, please. Please. Could she just love dogs? Okay? Please. Please.
It's probably not.
Oh my god, dude. See? There's no consent with an animal. There can never be consent with an animal. Ever.
Gavin's like, am I okay? You're okay, boy.
He's a boy. He's a boy. He knows I'm just talking. He's a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. Such a good boy. And he's like, I'm warm. I have my food gravy. Yeah. And my water.
Yeah, I'm smiling.
Yeah. And I got my toys. The happy boy.
He's a happy boy.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god, we saw this is going. Okay.
And it isn't hard to imagine why these kinds of people would be attracted to the furry fandom. Other questionable fetishes that are a part of this subculture have drawn everything from ridicule to ire from those outside of it. It's when these situations cross the line from someone's fetish or fantasy to actual real-life incidents involving abuse of real people or animals that things go from just cringe to outright abhorrent. The juvenile appearances of fursuits and often bubbly personalities of the people donning them just makes these situations all the more dark. When something so sinister...
That's so freaking creepy. Do you have the Care Bear? No.
No. It just sucks. Furry life. I don't even know what that entails, really.
I don't either. This is creepy.
Holy shit.
Sinister could be hiding just beneath the surface.
Is it a girl?
But before I go any further, this video is brought to you by today's sponsor, Bespoke Post. Bespoke Post is a monthly membership club delivering awesome boxes of top shelf goods from under the radar brands. It's free to join, and you can skip a month or cancel anytime. Every month,
Why do I want to buy a bunch of freaking expensive crap? Do not look up Carol the Wolf. I'm serious. It's probably really bad.
Blue waffle type stuff.
I mean, I like those glasses for the whiskey. Those are really nice.
Glasses?
Like
Yeah.
they tilt.
Wow, yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
They're tight.
yeah. That knife looks nice too, and the watch.
All the shit looks nice on it.
Yeah,
Classy.
actually. Yeah.
Looks classy.
That's a man site.
I guess so.
Yeah, that's definitely a man site. That's what you get for your husband or for your dad on frickin' Father's Day.
What? That.
That's disgusting, Suki. I'm not looking
Yeah,
that
and you
shit
see,
up.
they make that like normalizing it. Like this is normalized. They're trying to normalize this shit, man.
I know.
Wow.
It's good to be freaking aware of it.
Yeah, it is.
they introduce their members to cool new products, outdoor gear, barware, home and kitchen goods, clothing, and more. All you have to do is fill out a preference quiz, and they'll let you know which boxes would best fit your personality. Every box has around $70 worth of
that's
goods inside,
nice.
but costs you only a fraction of the value. You'll get a preview of what comes inside to decide if you like it, want to swap it for a different box, or skip the month entirely for no charge.
You can get fresh seafood? Nice.
That's pretty cool. We're pausing a commercial.
I'm sorry, that cask is really nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
Pay for what you want. Bespoke Post sent me the Forge, the Billy, and the Parked boxes. The Forge box came with this really cool knife and a leather sheath, which feels very high quality. The Parked box includes this awesome camping chair, which is super easy to transport around in this little bag and is surprisingly comfortable. And the Billy box comes with a camping coffee maker,
Holy
a portable
shit,
wood
come
burning
on.
stove,
Come
fire
on,
starter,
dude.
and a camp kitchen cleaning kit. To get 20% off your first box, click the link in the description and enter TurkeyTom20 at checkout, or go to bespokepost.com/TurkeyTom20.
Turkey Tom.
Oh, that's the name of the channel. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Turkey Tom.
Turkey
Okay,
Tom.
now back to the video.
Okay.
Cord Kitty is a fursuiter based out of California. The 36-year-old, whose real name is Gabriel, first became interested in the furry fandom during high school, and has been an active member of the community since the late 2000s, interacting on websites such as Fur Affinity, and attending dozens of conventions in person. His WikiFur page, yeah, there's a furry-specific Wikipedia, if you can believe that, contains a description of his...
There's a furry Wikipedia, guys.
Furrypedia.
Gavin, this is insane, boy. What do you think we should do about this situation?
He's like, I don't know, I'm just a Kit Kat.
You're cute.
He's a beautiful boy.
I have, yeah. Yes. I have my boy.
Yeah.
I have my boy. You're so good boy. You're so good boy. Yeah. He's my baby.
Yeah, I know, we love him. Deep love for Gavin.
Cord Kitty persona,
This
the
is
backstory of which has also been illustrated
bizarre.
in the comic. Cord Kitty was originally a human male named Chris. Chris was cursed when he ran over a cat during a drunken after-party drive. That unnamed cat had a karma spell which cursed Chris. The spell made Chris have to become Cord Kitty. With no memory of her previous human form, Cord's personality is playful, curious, cheeky, and sly. On his YouTube channel, which boasts 11,000 subscribers, he started uploading videos of fursuit dance competitions as early as 2013, some of which have hundreds of thousands of views. However, his interest in both furry conventions and dance competitions wouldn't end in just being a spectator. He was eventually able to scrounge up enough money to commission a suit based on his persona, which he donned at Anthrocon 2014, and looks like the offspring of the Monsters Inc. Yeti and Ori Chef. Using this fursuit, he went on to compete in dance contests himself, totaling 30, and to this day, he still uploads videos of himself dancing to Skrillex, with unbecomingly tight jeans.
What the fuck?
Okay. Yeah, especially in a hotter state. Like, holy shit.
What the fuck? Yeah. How sweaty they have to be in that shit.
Fuck.
What are you showing me?
He started making serious waves at conventions, though probably not in the way he intended to. You see, Cord is something of an anthropomorphic Renaissance man. He not only dances, but also composes and sings music, as seen on his Bandcamp page. He even produced a few songs for a fursuiter musical, which was performed at Biggest Little FurCon 2018. There's a video of the nearly 1 hour-long performance, again, on his YouTube channel. Anyhow, back in the day, he performed the Stinky Fursuit song at Midwest Fur Fest 2014. The title speaks for itself, referring to those furries who don't have the best hygiene practices. But in the comments, we actually...
Oh, Lord Jesus Christ. Oh, my goodness. You know, Bobby, no, one of the furries come to their, their father, and he walks in the door with the cat costume on, and he goes, Bobby, you've been jizzing in that suit and not fucking washing that for how many years, son? You take that off and wash it right now. Can you imagine that discussion with somebody?
You'd smell like ass and pig beast.
Oh my God!
see someone accusing Cord of
Lord
the same
Jesus.
thing. Take your own advice and clean your suit, Cord. Could it be that he was the stinky one all along? It turns out that he was getting a lot of complaints about an odor emanating from his suit.
You have to be in that suit and smell your own fucking breath?
Just the heads and everything else is off. That's insane, man. That's pretty interesting.
Swamp ass. Yeah, exactly.
I thought they had a place that they could unzip for their genitals to pop out, and then they got the suit on, but their genitals are out.
I guess not.
No, they. Yeah.
These
Anyway,
people are crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
someone left a note on his door with an arrow pointing to his name, just saying stinks, and attendees of other cons took to Tumblr to voice their grievances. I saw Cord Kitty's suit at Further Confusion 2016's Headless Lounge. They were airing it out this last weekend, and shudders. That thing stunk so bad that nearly everyone was shoved up against the other side of the room. The poor thing was unbrushed and grimy to the max. I really wish the suit was washed beforehand. Different to none, Cord Kitty's suit is fucking disgusting. He never washes it or brushes it. He was at Rainforest and it smelled so horrid. Whoever said that the one picture that was submitted was a bad picture doesn't know the truth. I avoided him at all costs during that con while in the suit, because I was debuting my suit and did not want him to hug me. Cord seemed
Oh my god! That's how bad he smelled.
Man, when you smell so bad, you can smell it through your own suit.
That's
Woo!
That's stench. What are you gonna do?
Like, bro, clean your fucking suit, bro.
You kind of have to.
We have one cigarette left.
That sucks, man. Whatever.
There's a Gavin.
He's a good boy.
Hi, good boy. I have. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah. He's a good boy.
Loves you.
Yeah.
have taken notice of these allegations about the stench. People are popping up saying my suit does indeed smell at cons. This is extremely disturbing to me. I've already utilized all the advice. Someone just told me that one daily shower every morning isn't sufficient to smelling good at a furry con if you're a fursuiter. True? My fursuit popped up on Dirty Grimy Fursuits Tumblr again. I suck at drying my fursuit at cons. Makes a smell. They assume it's uncleaned.
Uh-oh. Stinky.
His suit must have been Lovecraftian, insanity-inducing levels of rancid if he couldn't even meet the hygiene standards of a bunch of furries. That, or this guy, is the real-life Michael Afton, literally rotting inside of his suit so bad that even cleaning it properly can't undo the putrefied stink he's got going on. This relatively innocent, albeit amusing run-in with the fursuit odor police wouldn't even be the beginning of the community's complaints about him, though. In a video taken at Biggest Little FurCon 2022, which was held in June, there is audible booing from the crowd when he comes on stage to dance. This is the story of how his reputation fell so low. In 2015...
Well, did he just go in the crowd and the smell just waft over everyone and they're like, boo, you stink, literally.
Literally, dude, you smell.
Take a bath, you son of a
You
bitch.
need to wash that fucking thing, dude. Just a green cloud over the...
You smell like horse ass.
Oh my god. Need some dry cleaning. Yeah.
I have chosen a sexuality. Hetero flexible. Also good news. I might have a girlfriend. What is hetero flexible?
You may be willing to do gay shit, but not gay.
I don't know.
Hetero flexible.
Basically bi.
Yeah, I guess.
In denial. Okay.
Hetero flexible. No.
All this new terminology, I just don't fucking get it.
It's crazy.
It's like, why can't it be like not complicated like it used to be?
Yeah.
who started dating fellow fursuiter Bun Bun, real name Deborah. They would continue dating that year until 2016,
Bun.
when he would propose to her
Wow.
in Finlandia, by which point she was also already pregnant. They would end up getting married at another furry convention, and, of course, the bride's father wore cat ears. There was a furry groomsman,
Cat ears?
and the marriage was officiated by a furry priest. Welcome to the future, ladies
Really?
and gentlemen. I just hope we also get suicide.
How romantic.
A furry priest.
How romantic.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Wow.
Booths like in Futurama. They seemed like a perfect fit for each other's, well, quirkiness. Yeah, these really did not age well. But it wasn't long before they attracted negative attention onto their newly formed family. For some reason, in 2018, Cord Kitty thought it wise to bring his infant son to a baby fur meetup. Or try to, anyways. He also commissioned baby fur art of his son, or I should say, the fursona he made of his son. For you to grasp why this is a big problem, you need to fully understand the context of the situation. So, if you've managed to be lucky enough to get through your life until this point without learning what a baby fur is, then allow me to ruin that for you. Baby furs are fur.
I'm Shanny.
I gotta get ready for this shit.
That was great.
I gotta get ready for this shit.
Holy shit.
He's about to put down some fucked up shit, dude. You know it.
No, we don't want to do it.
We're
gonna bring babies into this shit.
What the fuck? I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Holy shit. Alright.
Furries who roleplay as babies or very young toddlers.
Oh.
On the sexual side, this subculture has overlap with ABDL, or adult baby diaper lovers,
Yeah.
since they fetishize diapers and
Babies?
all the things that happen within diapers.
Shit. Scat porn in a different way. Diaper porn, they love shit.
Why would you associate your child to that shit?
That's shit. I agree.
It's literally a sexual subset.
Yeah. Literally. That's okay. It's just fecal porn. It's the one upstairs. It's fine.
Okay.
It's done that for years.
There's inevitably a connection to age play and, yes, pedophilia, such as sexualized drawings of baby animals. So, safe to say,
What?
bringing an actual baby to a baby fur meetup is extremely inappropriate. For the same reason you wouldn't
See? You try and make this shit innocent. You scratch it. You just scratch a little bit. It's not innocent. It's not.
I can't believe that.
You might say on the surface, yeah, okay, this is totally harmless. But is it? Because they might be into some shit you don't want to know about. That's all, folks.
My God.
bring one to a lolly convention, if that were a real thing, which I hope it isn't. But that wouldn't stop Cord Kitty from trying to explain it all away just 1 year after the fact. You see, in 2019, Gabe and Deb's marriage had already come to an end after 3 short years.
Jeez,
And
damn,
around the
that
same
sucks.
time, they were facing considerable scrutiny on Kiwi Farms for the aforementioned actions, among other things. In light of this,
Kiwi
Gabe
Farms.
decided to go onto Kiwi Farms to defend himself. He started off by posting artwork he commissioned of his other, even more newborn son's persona. So apparently, the last time I got my son a commission of his persona, this thread freaked out and lost their shit. Well, I just had a second son, and here is the second commission. He goes on to reveal the facts that he and his wife, now ex-wife, brought his son to a multitude of furry conventions, and intends to bring his other son to more. Furry convention, don't bring the kids. We've brought Damien to BLFC 2017, Califer 2017, Paw 2017, FC 2018, Vancouver 2018, TFF 2018, and
Wow. I wonder how his children are going to turn out.
I mean, wow. Holy shit. God.
This is nuts.
See, it's what, but when on the surface you look at that and the furry thing, it just looks totally innocent, like people that just want to dress up in a costume.
Yeah.
It's sexual.
Yeah.
It's a sex thing.
It's so weird.
But then they kind of like mix kid shit in with it because it's
Yeah.
I thought no.
No.
Red flag everywhere, dude. It's so bad. It's like, hello, something was weird there.
BLFC 2018. We intend to bring him and my other son to a bunch more cons because there is nothing wrong with it. I don't understand this helicopter parent mindset where it's my responsibility to protect him from seeing any and all things that don't seem Judeo-Christian enough. TLDR, don't bring kids into fetish groups thinking it's okay. Baby fur isn't a fetish group. It's people who chose a baby fursona. Yes, they have their weirdos and pedo bears, obviously, but it is possible to be a baby fur and not be into baby rape, just like it's possible to be a furry without being into animal rape. But on to the question at hand, which someone asks,
Christ.
Holy shit. How bad does it get?
No, it can't get worse than that. I don't think.
I don't know. We got 30 minutes left.
See, it's the seemingly innocent fucking... You'd never dream that these people be into weird, bad shit. Actual bad shit? No, it's them. Holy shit. I can't believe it.
Never trust those who come off too innocent.
I guess. But you just think to yourself, they just want to dress up in a freaking... There's two.
There's two. Jesus blessed us.
He did that, see? Jesus did that. He multiplied the cigarettes. See, that's proof that cigarettes are from God.
Amen.
You see?
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle cigarette. You see?
Gavin did a jump.
Yeah, he did. He's a good boy.
He is a good boy. Alright, let's see how fucking horrible this gets.
why did you get caught trying to take your baby to a baby fur panel a year ago? He responds, the hilariousness of seeing the faces of the baby furs and a real baby showing up would be priceless.
My baby.
Though, I understand the average furry assumes that all baby furs are pedophiles who rape babies.
Oh my
I still
God,
think it'd be
stop saying
hilarious
this
to see
shit.
the faces of those baby furs if I brought my kids in. That'd be so funny. But I scratched the idea when people started posting about call CPS. There is...
It would be funny? What the fuck is wrong with this dude?
I'm like kind of like, these are people that just dress up in fucking fur costumes, and we've gone all the way to baby rape.
Yeah.
This is insane.
They fetishize baby, like wearing diapers and being babies and stuff.
Yeah, I knew that. But it's just like, I've seen it before, like a guy in a diaper, and it's just a guy in a diaper, and there's a chick that's like, her tits are out, and she's like masturbating or something.
It's so gross.
Like, I've seen that.
literally absolutely
I didn't
nothing
wanna
wrong
see it.
with
It
taking
popped
my
up
kids
one
to a
time.
baby fur room party. You just assume they're all pedophiles because of bias. I've been saying this for years. Baby furs are to furries as furries are to non-furries. They're needlessly mocked and accused of being fetishists, which only intensifies their tribalism. I'm not trying to white knight baby furs, I'm just telling the truth. You're not trying to white knight baby furs? Could have fooled me, since you're so adamant about the fact that they totally aren't fetishists. When I mean, come on, bro.
I'm sorry, he looks like a creepoid. He really does.
Definitely looks like he sweats too. It's
A
like,
lot.
He's
in San Francisco Bay Area.
Now he's bisexual. See,
Yeah, he says bisexual now.
Now.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Used diapers from the trash. What? Ah.
No.
My God,
No.
man! Like, this is, what do you, God? Like, I thought I was messed up with some things I found was kind of fucking hot or whatever. No, I'm fucking normal. I'm just vanilla compared to other shit.
I don't care. I like being vanilla.
You're straight up, yeah, which is cool. I like that too. It's like, it's just cool.
He's even following multiple baby fur accounts on Twitter at the time, specifically not safe for work cub accounts,
Cripes.
which are just the worst thing ever, by the way. So he was obviously playing dumb about not knowing the true nature of what he was trying to involve his son in. He then switched narratives a year later in
Was he trying to
2020
pimp
when
his
he
kid
posted
out?
again-
Oh my god.
What?
That's just so fucked.
You...
My ear just goes, it like hurts my, that literally, I got like a pain in my neck.
I'm telling you, you never know with people
No,
anymore.
I know, it's just so evil. I'm just saying it's so fucking evil. It just makes me hurt, like...
Ugh.
I
He
know that
never
shit
intended to bring
happens.
his son in, and it was all a joke. You were literally going to physically take him into the baby fur event as part of the joke. Man, I have no recollection of typing that. Damn, I embarrassed myself. Oh well. Well, I sure screwed up. Look, guys, I'm sorry about this. I have absolutely no recollection of typing that.
Without the internet,
Gosh,
right?
did I fuck up? But, important to note, the fact still stands. I never tried to bring my son to a baby fur party. I never went to the party floor. I didn't even watch him during that con. My ex did. I've
Yeah,
been
who dat?
protecting him from danger. I do all the things a parent ought.
Oh my god. Hi, who dat? I feel bad for the kids too. This man's insanity and freaking addiction to wearing a fur suit. And the kids have to be brought into the middle of it.
It's an, the fact is, man, that, like, this, how can you judge what's innocent? You can't anymore. You can't know if something's innocent. Because some perverts made it into something sexual or...
Ugh, that sounds so gross.
That's wow. What a diaper.
So gross.
What to do. I cover the outlets. I never leave him with strangers. I've never brought him near any dangerous situations at any time. I never tried to bring him near any baby furs. And I never even talked to any baby furs at BLFC. Ask anyone that was there. But no one's accusing him of trying to bring his son to a baby fur meetup at BLFC, because that took place May of 2018. His tweets about bringing his son to the meetup were in January. During further confusion...
Huh? It kept messing up the rooms? What? Wow.
In 2018. I hope you've memorized the names of all these different furry conventions by now. They will be on the test. His mysterious motives for defending this obscure subgroup of furries became a little clearer when we look at a couple clues he may be a baby fur himself. Well, I guess it's hard to call them clues when it's really him just proclaiming it from the rooftops.
Degeneracy deepens.
Oh my god, here we go. It's gonna get
He
worse.
performed a musical skit called
This is gonna
Oh, God.
This is gonna get bad, dude, I think. I smell pee shit, you know, pee.
I do too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is that Rudolph behind him?
Wow.
Crinkle Wag. Crinkle referring to the sound that diapers make when you walk around in them. He
What?
remarked about it on Twitter. I've been super disappointed that after making a baby fur rock song skit 5 months ago, I haven't received a single comment from any baby furs. Someone remarks, maybe that is a good thing. We all know how Fur Affinity treats that side of the fandom. He responds with, #BabyFurLivesMatter. He has way more tweets though. Oh no, all out of diapers. Messages 10 baby furs. #your network is your net worth. Hey, who wants a swaggy bro hoof crinkle wag? Hopefully no one. He posted baby fur art of his fursona to his Fur Affinity account, and was even in a Telegram baby fur chat, but of course he denies it was him. Yet, this is all relatively innocuous compared to the other information people dug
What?
out, like his F list or fetish list, which he created all the way back in 2009. It includes, but is not limited to, age play, inexperienced partners, risk of pregnancy, extreme pregnancy, zoophilia, and barbed wiener, like cat.
No. No.
Was he-
Bronies are worse.
Bronies.
Like a barbed cat penis?
Cat dick. And his persona is also, of course,
Cat
a cat. So it's not necessarily a reach in my eyes to put 2 and 2 together and figure out that this guy clearly wants to bust it down sexual style on Mittens, a la Shane Dawson.
Meow. Hey there, kitty.
Meow, 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 meow. Wait, what? Meow. The inclusion of age
Meow.
play further suggests he's into baby.
What the hell?
Shane, this is why people think you're weird.
Pizza's a brony? No.
No, pizza's a brony. He admits it.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Fuck Shane.
Wait, he has My Little Ponies?
Yeah.
Pete has My Little Ponies.
Yeah.
Well, he's trans though, so.
Okay.
Material, which makes this situation with his son
Okay.
all the more
He
disturbing.
collects them. Yeah,
Even
that's
in
fine.
the perfect scenario where furry conventions
That's
are
fine.
a totally innocent activity for people who just like pretending to be dogs, for you it's a fetish.
Look at all those
and you
fucking
probably
idiots.
shouldn't bring your infant children into your fetish. Just a suggestion. A lot of incriminating facts were exposed in the wake of the custody battle, as
Oh,
both
no.
Gabriel and Deborah were trying to prove that the other was unfit to be a parent. And one such piece of information were these strange pages that Gabe had bookmarked on his computer,
Holy
being
shit.
a guide to
Is that
sex with
urine
dogs,
in there?
a site called Dog Gift Questions, and a Zoo Sadist page. Now, he did have an excuse. He only bookmarked that first one to investigate abnormal psychology, of course. However,
Yeah.
that becomes a tough sell once it turns out he commissioned art of his persona, a female feral cat, being, involved with dogs.
Oh, God.
That was that whole controversy. The cat thing.
Wish I really knew what was wrong with people.
It is what
In
it
a
is.
Telegram chat, he tried to explain these actions, at the same time mentioning the divorce proceedings with his wife. Do you ever like to save effed up links? Like, links that are the most effed up shit you've ever seen? Have you seen this shit before? But you know what? After I bookmarked it, she screen capped it and sent it to all her friends seeing, see, this is proof Cord is a zoophile. I remember first finding out about the link when someone told me about the Dolphin Rape Caves Google Maps link. Talk about regrets, lol. Hindsight is 2020. She took all of these to court and said, see, he's showing the kids pornography and snuff films.
Oh
At
my
the same time,
God.
That's it. Boom. Now,
Get him.
now see,
Take him down.
it's all innocent. It's all just costumes, and boom, you're in the worst possible shit in the world that you could be in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's worse than that. A snuff film? I don't think you get worse than that.
No, it's pretty fucking gross.
It's actual murder.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
last time he had signed on to his F-list page was 2015. So even after having done this research on zoophilia, he still decided to keep the kink on his list. Later on in 2020, when this information was brought to the attention of the public, he removed any age-related fetishes from his F-list.
Yeah.
But again, kept zoophilia. I guess that one was so important to him, he just couldn't bear to part ways with it. He tried, in vain, to explain all of this again in March of 2022.
Basically, if you were to interpret it as being wise, it sounds like animal abuse, but if you were to interpret it as being human, it would actually perfectly match my persona backstory, which is about basically a kind of a douchebag named Chris, who then turns into a cat, and then is kind of stuck in that body, and then has to spend the rest of their life in that body because they went out drunk driving and then killed a cat, and that cat had a curse on them, the karma curse. So basically, he had to give to the world what he took away. He basically took away a life, so he had to give that life back, and that's the reason why.
We're too innocent for this shit.
Backstory. So I was thinking,
Kinda.
a human sapient. So the idea of like a human inside of like a
Probably.
feral quadruped.
I've heard plenty.
So that's where that came from. Pretty much my whole F list, it's literally just based off of that backstory and the idea of that backstory.
If you're not following his mental gymnastics here, and who can blame you, he's claiming that because his persona is a human who then transformed into an animal, sexual acts wouldn't truly be zoophilia. As for the H-play kink, his persona is a 4-year-old because he just had to convert human years to cat years. It's the classic lolly defense. I know she looks 7, but she's actually a 2,000-year-old vampire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's what R.P. McMurphy says that. In One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, he said, you know, she might have been, you know, she was 19 going on 32, Doc. You know?
Yeah.
That's the same thing. It's the same thing.
These people are fucking gross.
Yeah, they want the bottom line is to sexualize young children. That's the agenda.
Yeah, this is good though, putting this awareness out over these people.
Yeah, and you see, I felt the need to leave the Libertarian Party because they're pushing for a lower age of consent.
Yeah.
No, I'm not for that at all. We need to protect kids. There's too many perverts. There's a lot of perverse shit in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
And we gotta protect our kids from it. We should.
Hi, Carrie. How are you? I didn't know it would go this dark.
No, I didn't know these people were like...
It's bad, man. And it's a bunch of freaking people talking like this.
I know. I don't know who Nathan Larson is, Suki. Sorry.
Hi, Carrie.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who Nathan Larson is.
I don't know that name.
Just likes to fantasize about him being a cat in heat. What's so wrong about
What
that?
the
He
fuck?
even confessed to watching cat mating videos in a Telegram group called
What?
Cats NSFW,
Why?
saying that he was embarrassed to admit he did. But
You
he of
should
course
be.
later stated that he was referring to anthro, or
Yeah.
anthropomorphic cats. Not real cats, silly. Typical trolls, am I right? It doesn't make sense for him to be embarrassed when the whole point of the group chat is sexualizing anthro cats. It seems more likely that he was indeed watching videos of real cats getting it on. It's not a zoophile thing, though, since surely while he views these videos, he's inventing a headcanon about how the cats are actually transformed sapient humans. Again, the #1 most popular fantasy of all women is to be raped. This is according to Louis H. John.
No.
Ah, there you
No.
go. There you go.
No.
God, I could call this shit, man.
No.
I could call this all of it.
I can't believe he said that.
I can.
I can't believe he would say something that fucked up. Like, what is wrong with these people?
Perverse. It's perversified, okay? Sexuality caused by pornography,
I don't think I want to go further in this,
abuse,
man.
and addiction.
This is just too much, okay? The dude's a piece of shit. I get it. Fuck
Oh
this
my
shit.
God.
I'm done. I'm too innocent for this.
You can't do it.
I can't. I watch horror movies and that was too much for me, man.
Wow.
The preacher with a weight loss cult.
Oh my God.
You can laugh at her hair. Okay. Alright, let's look at this.
Gavin's. Boy.
weight loss cult.
Oh my god, her hair is insane.
Thank you. Hopefully I'll get answers tomorrow. At least some. Carissa.
Yeah.
This will be a program unlike anything you have ever done. But in it you will
That's
find
some high ass hair.
Gwen Shamblin was hailed as the diet guru for decades. She created a thriving business with customers around the world
What the fuck?
and helped men and women change their lives.
How you get your hair that high? That's gotta be a wig or some kind of shit like that.
No, isn't that called teasing?
Yeah, well, you can tease, but I never could tease my hair like that.
Yeah, that's some insane hair. Lots of hairspray.
Lots of hairspray and extensions. That's what I'm thinking.
Probably.
That sounds fun, Mountain Mama.
Yeah.
Don't they say the higher the hair, the closer to God?
lives.
Pretty close now.
Gwen built massive wealth and even started her own church called Remnant Fellowship. But behind the affluence and luxury with this diet guru, preacher, and sugar mama, many found out nothing was as it seemed. This story has more twists and turns than a 90s soap opera.
Really?
It contains real-life Stepford wives, a multimillionaire preacher, a failed reality show, a beauty queen who won't go down without a fight, Tarzan the sugar baby, a whole lot of hair, and even an FBI investigation.
Remnant Fellowship is now part of a murder investigation.
Oh no. She done fucked up.
Bro. Tarzan the
Thank
sugar
you,
baby.
Huda.
Hilarious.
She's not the good girl.
Not the good girl.
She's a bad, naughty good girl.
Oh, that's the YouTube channel.
Ooh. What?
That's the channel that you're on. 100,
Yeah.
183,000 subs. Not bad.
Good for her, man.
Yeah. You're yawning too. It's like we didn't sleep good.
This
No,
true story
we
is
didn't
about
sleep good
success,
because of the cold.
lust, greed, betrayal, and crime. This
What you
is
doing,
the rise
Bennett?
and fall of Gwen Shamblin, the millionaire preacher
Thank you
with
for
a
the
weight loss
bits,
cult.
Carrie.
Thank you for the bits,
Oh, praise
Carrie.
God.
Power up.
Shanny, stop. My puppy is in the room. Thanks. Okay. I don't know what I have to stop.
Yeah, I don't know.
The way up.
In 1955, a baby was born in
Yeah, look at
Memphis,
that
Tennessee.
pink cat. That's a caddy.
I
think.
want that car.
That's a pink Cadillac, I think.
I want that car. That looks like a Shanny car.
Am I right, guys, that the symbol on the front of that's a caddy, isn't it?
Hi, Transformer.
I think that's the old Cadillac symbol.
It
is.
It's just a pretty, pretty baby.
That's a caddy, honey.
She's a pretty girl.
You drive that.
I would.
That's sick looking, dude.
Yeah, that's my kind of car.
Oh my god, you love
To
Cadillac too,
two
then.
devoutly religious
That's
parents.
That's
Her
right.
name was
That's
Gwen
awesome.
Henley. Gwen's father was a surgeon, and the family attended Christ Christian Church, an extremely conservative church that didn't allow female members to lead or preach, and it's reported that music wasn't allowed in the church either.
Super
Weird.
As a
very
child,
conservative.
Gwen's father would take her to the hospital to do rounds with him, and she once asked how he was able to cut people open, something she thought was pretty gross. Gwen's father told her, "I don't focus on cutting people open. I focus on removing the bad." And that is what Gwen decided she wanted to do. Remove the bad out of people, but in a less gruesome way. While obtaining a master's degree in food and nutrition from Memphis State University, Gwen married a man named David Shamblin in 1978. They had 2 children, Michael and Elizabeth, and Gwen continued her schooling and became a registered dietitian. As such, Gwen worked as a consultant and faculty member at Memphis State University for 5 years. Gwen told the college students she counseled that she herself was a weight loss success story, as she gained weight while attending university, but was able to lose it and keep it off successfully. In 1986, Gwen founded Weigh Down, a weight loss program that could be compared to what we know today as intuitive eating. In the Weigh Down program, Gwen gave diet tips such as, quote, as you are learning to eat regular foods, start with a small saucer or plate, or put these smaller half-size amounts on a normal plate. In Weigh Down, you must learn to slow down your eating for 2 reasons. Number 1, you will be able to taste each bite instead of inhaling it. You can savor the quality instead of quantity. And number 2, you
Holy shit, that's weird. It did.
What, the Megatron figure called Unique Toys Desperado? I'm gonna have to look into it.
in much better control and can detect fullness better when you eat more slowly. End quote. But Gwen's program was more than portion control and intuitive eating. The Weigh Down program was faith-based, as Gwen believed in the God of Christianity and wanted her clients to break their focus on food and transfer that focus to God.
Okay.
Welcome to the Weigh Down Workshop's home series called Weigh Down at Home. My name is Gwen Shamblin, and I will be your host for this 12-lesson journey away from the magnetic pull
And
of
she's got that southern accent, too. You know she sold a lot. I'm just a simple woman, but look at my body. It's perfect.
Well, that's just your opinion, honey. Personally, I like more junk in my trunk. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
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 Like a nice round tailpipe, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
the refrigerator that actually has a hold on your mind and your heart. At the same time, it's a journey toward replacing this hold with the one who deserves all our attention, our genius creator and Father, God Almighty. This will be a program unlike anything you have ever done, but in it you will find the truth. Years of restrictive dieting have only strengthened the chains of slavery to food and have exacerbated rather than solved.
The chains of slavery to food?
Come on, you just had an eating issue, you know. Like
she sounds like she has like issues.
That's what I'm saying. Like she had food issues and she tries to push it on other people.
Spoiler alert, her godliness becomes debatable towards the end. Well, that's usually how it works.
Our problems, just like the Israelites whose backs were breaking under the strain of their labor, we have lived through the hopelessness of losing weight, only to gain it back even more. This program is for you. When God came to rescue his people from slavery, he rescued them all. God does not call perfect
people. And he rescued you from being fucking fat.
Oh my God. You should be on SNL doing that. That would be fucking phenomenal. You know, Jesus loves his female brothers, Jesus loves his female sisters, but he don't like them fat. Jesus don't like fat girls, okay? What the hell? What is that?
People. He calls imperfect people to be devoted to him so that we can see his awesome and mighty right hand rescue us.
However, Gwen's program did not take into account people with abnormal hunger signals due to hormonal issues and or insulin resistance, or people who didn't worship the Christian God or even know God. In Gwen's eyes, that didn't matter because she believed and promoted the idea that people could overcome anything in their lives through her God, something that would have consequences later on. And when it
That
came to
hair.
eating disorders
Yeah.
such as anorexia or bulimia nervosa, Gwen believed those disorders could be cured
Happy Monday, Woola. I have no idea, Woola. I'll think of something.
through her program. The Way Down program
Get
began
that.
to pick up steam, and by 1992, Gwen started hosting Way Down workshops out of her garage. She created a Way Down workbook for clients to
I don't
journal
know.
and developed Bible studies around weight loss. Gwen started touting the message that God told her people weren't consistently losing weight because they weren't being faithful to Him.
What?
Gwen was using shame to motivate people, a fear-based tactic.
You're fat! You're fucking fat! You're fatty fat!
Gillian Anderson.
You're too fat to live!
Look at that
Could think
demon.
Gwen knew her.
Do you see that eye? Oh my God! You see Kenneth Copeland? He's a fucking demon. Do you see his eyes?
Fucking yelling at you because you're fat. What
You
the
know,
fuck?
God says you're not supposed to be fat. What the hell? Kenneth Copeland is a demon, dude.
Her hair is fat, yeah. Your hair needs to lose weight, woman.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't respond to getting yelled at by feeling motivated.
No.
Me too.
Mm-mm.
Good way to make me cry and pee myself. Same.
You guys, I mean, Kenneth Copeland's eyes, literally from Hades.
He looks like he's on cocaine at all times.
Niche, and she knew it well
I'm
because by
out of the Holy
1997,
Spirit,
Way
sister.
Down workshops spread to over 30,000 weekly meetings in 70 countries. Thanks to being able to record herself on VHS, Gwen's Way Down curriculum was now being facilitated in workshops no longer in a garage.
Look
but in
at me, I
churches.
was once fat, but with the Spirit of the Lord, I lost a bunch of weight. Because my cult leader told me that I shouldn't be fat.
Now that's a comment I love. I once shat myself while playing Halo 4. See, now that's a great comment. Amen. Praise the Lord.
Oh my God.
That should be a show sometime when everybody tells a story of when they shit themselves.
Like, I don't know about you, but what do you think Jesus would feel about this? Is this woman's using him to help women lose weight?
My coworker shat himself at work. Okay. I mean, I see this as another alternative ministry thing.
Yeah.
It is innovative, isn't it? I mean, nobody really did it before.
Well, we're gonna find out who this woman is at the end of the video, I guess.
Jesus, Drake.
That same year, Gwen also launched her first book, The Way Down Diet, and sold over 1 million copies. Suddenly, Gwen was everywhere. She made appearances on The Today Show, 2020, Larry King Live, the BBC, and The Tyra Banks Show. Gwen also went on book tours she called Rebuilding the Wall, where she would teach the Way Down curriculum live, sign books, and bring people on stage to share their success stories and gain recognition. Gwen built a net worth of $5 million and reached what some might call the pinnacle of success. But in Gwen's eyes, this was only the beginning.
In the weight program, more women than men?
Absolutely. I mean, women are primary. I mean, 75% of women will like take, or go to a hospital to start with. Men don't go. So I mean, likewise.
What do you think that's due to the way you look?
Hormones. Why do guys not go to seminars?
Women more interested in the way they look than men are.
Yes, you're trying to meet a need here. I mean, you are trying to meet it. You're hurting. You want out of this, and I think that women. I think pornography would be a stronger thing probably for men, or there's other things. I think we're different.
How does pornography harm you if you watch something?
Not anymore. Not anymore. Women are just as foul as men now.
Yeah, I like accents.
Well, everyone that I've ever talked to, and a lot of times, I mean, they've come to me and told me that this program's helped, and they tell me it is a black pit. Once they got out, I mean, they're weeping. And if something has a hold of you, you realize you're a slave to it. And you don't want to be a slave to it. You want to be able to control that cigarette. You want to be able to control that food. And
but if it brings you enjoyment and you don't harm it.
You sound like a control freak.
No.
How about live and let live, man?
Larry King
YOLO.
glasses. Larry King glasses, they weighed 10 pounds.
Yeah, I think control freaks, people who want to control everything down to their diet, I think they're miserable fucking people.
Yeah, I agree.
They
want to keep everything from... Yeah.
No.
Anyone.
Right.
It's you in a movie.
And it's you in a movie. So, I'm not saying that in and of itself, I mean, God made the woman. Once again, it's not the tobacco. It's not the beauty of the art of that.
It's not the tobacco?
Indulgence when you know it is going from softcore to hardcore to you're sick and now you're, messing with children. Something's wrong.
What?
Okay. Yeah, I agree, Melly. It's fine to use your faith to it's not necessarily wrong at all. It's just like she's like kind of fleecing people, I think, though, at the same time.
It's just
kind of weird. Don't monetize anything.
One always follows the other, in your opinion?
I believe that
She's an angry woman, you can tell.
So if you stay in love with the refrigerator, you will look like a refrigerator. If you stay in love with the pornography, it'll go worse. If you fall in love with God, it gets better.
We'll be back with our remaining moments with Gwen Shanny.
Terry King's like, all right, that's some good preaching. We'll be back, folks.
Alabama, last call. Hello.
Hi, I'm one of your coordinators with a weight loss of 77 pounds that I've maintained for 8 months. I'd like you to share the status of the program for children.
You're going to have seminars for children?
It will be for children, and
what ages?
We're going to have it separate for under 12 and then over 12. And a lot of children
under 12s dealing with a weight problem?
Oh, yes.
9-year-old kids.
And a lot of that the parents will be going, because the parents need to learn that we pass down to the next generation what we adore. And if we adore that food, we'll send it down.
Thanks, Gwen. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Larry, for having me.
Gwen Shamblin, founder of the Way Down Workshop.
Larry King's a legend.
She's a fat shamer.
I mean, that's very, yeah. I would agree with that.
She's a fat shamer. Oh, you must be of the devil. You're too fat.
That's like ridiculous, dude. You got some kind of demon from that fatness,
Mm-hmm. I see you've been eating way too many cheeseburgers today. Yes, you have.
You in love with those sticky buns, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You want that chocolate cupcake, just another one, don't you?
How insulting.
Fuck this bitch. Man.
Yeah. I like my girls to eat a few extra cheeseburgers, personally. You know what I mean?
Unique Toys Desperado.
Okay.
Okay. And if I go on it, it's going to be something horrifying. I guarantee it.
We you know what we should look up,
What?
Shanny, because we saw the Optimus Prime one. We should see the Megatron. There's a Megatron one.
Oh,
We
okay.
should look up the video of that.
True.
The Megatron toy.
I keep thinking about Little Britain's Fat Fighter.
Many people, particularly women involved in the Way Down workshops,
Church of
believed Gwen
Finn.
had been put
And
on Earth to change their lives.
Did she literally use a knife and a fork for a cross and call it the Church of Finn?
Oh my goodness.
Girl!
You know what I would call it?
What? She needs to be kicked in the crotch.
No.
Oh.
The Church of not as attractive as I could be.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I'd call it. Yeah.
I'll look at it when I'm ready.
And Gwen wasn't telling them any different. People close to Gwen would later recall Gwen's Larry King interview playing on repeat on a giant flat screen in her living room. Gwen reveled in her newfound fame and started promoting the idea that not only could she help people with weight loss, but with any problem or addiction they might have. Instead of permanent weight loss, her message now included self-fulfillment through God. Around this time, in 1999, is when Gwen decided to start a church. She called it Remnant Fellowship, and for the first few years, the church met in a warehouse. The word remnant comes from the biblical book of Revelation, where scripture tells
There'll
of
be
the
a
end
remnant
times
left?
and the 144,000 faithful servants that God will redeem. But there was trouble.
I think pride is a deadly sin. No? Yeah, it is.
It's one of the first sins. Because it's the sin of Lucifer, pride.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's one of the oldest and the worst.
She's vain.
It's about money. It's about money.
I don't like people who use Jesus like this,
Nah,
dude.
man. No.
Trouble in paradise. Gwen made waves when in one of her weekly online newsletters, she denied the Holy Trinity by claiming her ministries believed that the Holy Spirit and Jesus did not have equal leadership to God. Now, whether one believes in Christianity or not, this is important in Gwen's story because what she was ultimately doing by bypassing the Trinity was setting herself up to be called a prophet under God.
Yeah.
Many Christians believe this to be blasphemy, and phones started ringing off the hook at Waydown's headquarters. Fans were outraged and began sending back their copies of Gwen's books and Waydown curriculum. Evangelical leaders were comparing Gwen's beliefs to Jehovah's Witnesses. Waydown employees were quitting.
It is.
Churches were dropping the Waydown workshops left and right. And Gwen's Christian publisher pulled her books from publication and decided to cancel the release of her upcoming book, Out of
Don't
Egypt.
fuck with the Trinity.
Yet, Gwen remained defiant. And when asked how
No,
she felt
you
about
gotta
the
pause it for a
backlash,
second.
she replied, quote,
Because this is what happens when you piss off the spirit of a prophet that had gone through charlatan assholes like this, okay? Hear, O Israel, your God is one.
Mm-hmm.
And that will echo in eternity from the mouth of Moses, okay? Hear, O Israel, your God is one. It's one God, and it is a father, okay? People don't like it just is. He's a father spirit, and it makes a lot of sense because the seed comes from the male and all this fucking shit. And the woman needs to be there to plant the seed for procreation and stuff.
Amen.
But the father is the primary, you know.
That's true.
But you gone into blasphemy. You're really near it.
Mm-hmm.
So she destroyed her own ministry. That's pretty, like, right away.
Idiot.
That's not good. You gotta have good doctrine, man. Come on.
People don't care about this. They don't care about the Trinity. This is going to pass. What the women want is weight loss. They care about their bodies being a temple and their lives turned over to the Lord. That's what my ministry is about. End quote.
Okay.
Gwen went on to call it a witch hunt and said that the churches who dropped her workshops would be ineffective, as members would just go down the street to other churches where her workshops continued to be held. Then, without missing a beat, Gwen became part of another scandal. Claiming religious discrimination, Gwen was sued by 5 Way Down employees who said they felt pressured to join Remnant Fellowship. In fact, the lawsuit first came after one employee was fired by Gwen for not attending Remnant Fellowship, as Gwen told her employees that attending her
Shanny,
church was
could
a
you pause it for
condition
1 second?
of their
Sorry.
employment.
Yeah.
I want to help Melly out because I don't think. What she said was that Jesus and the Holy Spirit do not have as much or the same authority as God the Father. Now, the way she put it, you could take it any way you really want it, but if you're saying in terms of like just straight up theology, she's saying that the Holy Spirit and Jesus are inferior to the Father, which is inaccurate. They're all one.
Yeah.
Jesus, Father, Holy Spirit are one. It's one God. And it is weird, the Trinity, like I had a great video I did with, do you remember my Trinity video with the water, the cup of water?
Yep.
That was really a good object lesson because I think it works. But it's 3 things, but it's one. It's not that hard to grasp, I don't think.
In court documents from 2001, an employee named Tanya said, quote, "I used my lunch hour to pray, and I was told by Gwen that she pays people good money to pray, and she didn't need my prayers, and it wasn't my place to decide what to pray for." Gwen said some people are sacrificed for the benefit of others, and that's what she said when I was fired. End quote. Tanya moved from California to Tennessee after being recruited by Way Down and believing it would be a good opportunity for her family, but she would later tell the Baptist Press she almost immediately began feeling pressured by Gwen to join Remnant Fellowship. Tanya and her family attended Remnant for 2 months, but didn't like the messages they were hearing. Tanya said, quote, "Gwen would tell us that grace isn't the message of God and that she is a prophet. She said the Antichrist resides within each of us."
Okay.
Tanya
Okay.
and her family decided Remnant Fellowship wasn't a church they wanted to attend, and it was after they left that Tanya was fired from Way Down.
You're changing
and
doctrine.
She wasn't the only one. Another employee named Anita worked at Way Down for 3 years and was a member of a Baptist church. Anita told the Baptist Press she was heartbroken.
Yeah,
when
this
she was
is one of
terminated.
the moments when she says, "God, you need to ask which one, which God."
Yeah, she's changing doctrine, man.
Yeah.
Paul talked to a woman like this, and he said, "Sit down and shut the fuck up."
Pretty much.
It was one woman though, and they try to say that's the verse that no woman can preach ever, which is wrong. Wrong. Paul did not say all women. It was a woman, and that this is another one. If Paul were alive today, he'd be in her church saying, "Shut the hell up and shut this shit down now. You're a liar." Okay? It's the truth. Wrong way. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Melly. Yeah,
Oh my God.
It's true Transformers, I guess. Pretty close.
And stated that Gwen asked her to lie about her dismissal. Anita said, quote, "I was told that because the direction the company was moving towards, my position was being replaced by someone who attended her Remnant Fellowship church.
No.
HR thanked me for my hard work, but said my services were no longer needed. Because I was not a member of Remnant Fellowship."
Is that what that that voice is from within my belly? Whoa.
There you go.
"I was being replaced. In the middle of being fired, Gwen sent me a letter saying that the human resources people made a mistake and I wasn't supposed to be fired, only allowed to resign. Gwen asked me to sign this letter saying that I resigned and was never fired. Well, I didn't sign it because it was not the truth. Gwen called me personally, and that's just what I told her. They told me that I wouldn't get any money if I didn't sign those papers. End quote. But Anita was not going to go without a fight. She kept copies of all the letters, including her termination notice, and sent them to a Nashville attorney named Gary Blackburn. In her deposition, and while under oath, Gary asked Gwen questions about her weigh-down practices, and Gwen stated, quote, "When people were in prison camps and ate less food, they lost weight. All of them."
Oh my God.
End quote. Gary, surprised by this, then asked, "Mrs. Shamblin,
Wow.
certainly you aren't making a comparison between the forced starvation
Attorney,
of a
if Ron were
population
an
and
attorney.
middle-class Americans' eating habits. Are you honestly doing that?" Gwen paused and then replied, quote, "I have been for 15 years, and a lot of people responded." End quote. The lawsuit was later settled out of court, but Gwen was on a warpath. She began preaching to her congregants that Christian churches were under attack due to too many Christians sinning and not being held accountable. She also started using words like pure to describe how the church, what she called the true church, should be. During a Saturday sermon, Gwen even told remnant members, quote, "What one
There
must
has to be a
actually
wig.
believe or do to be considered a true adherent of God's true religion. I've asked all these questions and wondered if there was a church, a true church on this earth or not.
Her
or was
legs
it
are
just
so
going to exist
skinny.
in heaven? I have good news. I have found God's church." End quote.
Oh.
And
Gwen
it's
was,
mine.
of course, talking about her church.
Her own.
Oh.
Tonight, newly obtained
Okay.
video shines
Charlatan
new light into a
narcissist.
Shouldn't it be
controversial
Jesus'
Brentwood
church? Mm-hmm.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Fuck this bitch.
You fail it.
You fail.
You fail. Totally fail.
that has faced repeated accusations of being a cult.
Come home to true religion that is simple but powerful.
Are you a prophet?
I don't believe I know what my gift name is. So I will tell you, I'm still wrestling with that. I've been told that for years.
Eventually, Gwen would build Remnant Fellowship on 40 acres of land in Brentwood, the wealthiest county in Tennessee. Under Remnant
Pretty.
Fellowship's umbrella and tax-exempt
Wow.
status.
Yeah, that's a pretty area.
That's gorgeous, man. Tennessee, huh?
She went to the richest area.
That's what Tennessee looks
That
like.
means richer tithers.
Of course. Well, that obviously.
When and how did I leave atheism? It was in 2012. Yeah. And I saw a video that he put out, and I turned to Christ.
I mean, that's for real. Like, I mean, that's really amazing.
Gwen also purchased a
Beautiful.
25-acre pre-Civil
Right.
War plantation home called Ashlawn, which was about 5 minutes from her church. Ashlawn has 7 bedrooms and is also used as an event venue for Remnant Fellowship weddings. But Gwen didn't just build a church. Gwen built an industry.
Oh.
Under Remnant Fellowship's umbrella, there's a financial planning company, a real estate company, a car repair company, a wedding and event venue,
Shell
a
corporations.
homeschooling program,
Trump.
and a contracting company called Exodus Industries. Exodus Industries' website states it provides the surrounding cities with electrical, plumbing, HVAC, roofing, architecture, concrete, and excavation services. It's
Wow.
business for Jesus.
That's pretty awesome, though.
According to
Okay.
ex-members, Gwen decided she allegedly only wanted Remnant Fellowship members to work in these businesses, as she wanted
Okay,
Ah,
but look, if all of this is above the board and there's no fucking fraud or nothing, and it's good businesses and it's Christian, I mean, what the hell? That's not bad.
No.
This is not bad.
She wants her church members to be in her businesses, so she's helping them out too.
Money, dude, to help you live.
Yeah.
I don't see the wrong here, really, yet. But if you're getting into lying to people to make it, you're done. If you're lying to make it, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord will not accept that shit. No way.
Well, she goes to the richest area.
Yeah.
I mean, as a businesswoman, I can't say she's stupid. She's smart.
Not stupid.
Yeah.
No.
To build a large community that was fully efficient on its own without any outside help. On their website, Remnant Fellowship states it helps members with everything from resume preparation, networking, interviewing, follow-up, and on-the-job guidance for all types of situations once a person is employed. Although Exodus Industries and the other companies are available to the surrounding cities and non-Remnant members are allegedly expected to only use services from within Remnant Fellowship.
Really?
That would mean not only do these companies under Remnant Fellowship profit tax-free, but any of the money paid to their contractors allegedly goes right back into the organization.
Wow.
What Gwen
That's
was
smart.
trying to do here is a known isolation and dependency tactic used in cults that makes members dependent on the head of the cult and those inside. If a member were to leave, not only would they lose their community, but most likely their livelihood as well, being that their employment comes from inside the cult. These types of restraints allow members to be more easily influenced and manipulated due to their livelihood being on the line. When it got back to Gwen that anyone, whether a member of the press or an ex-Remnant member, said something negative about Remnant Fellowship, Gwen would say that it was Satan twisting the truth because Remnant Fellowship was different from all other churches and exceptional. But some members were beginning to notice the contradictions between what Gwen preached and what Gwen did.
Oh. Uh-oh. The music got dark.
It did.
The wharf?
Wharf?
The wharf.
Wharf?
The wharf. 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 Wharf.
That's literally what that says. Wharf.
Sorry. The wharf.
The wharf.
That makes me giggle.
People are weird.
My dog made that sound while choking on water one time.
I believe that.
Their hair is perfect, their bodies are trim, they submit to their husbands, and their children are well behaved.
You guys
These
submit.
are the Real Housewives of Remnant Fellowship.
Good Lord.
Some ex-members of Remnant Fellowship said they decided to follow Gwen because she was always so happy and positive, and they wanted that for themselves. But looks can be deceiving because underneath this happy facade, something was brewing, something the FBI would soon take note of. According to the HBO documentary, The Way Down, Gwen told members who didn't lose 2 pounds per week to begin fasting. One ex-member recalls church members sometimes fasting up to 40 days. This same church member was also told to quit eating after losing 130 pounds in 18 months, just so she could continue losing weight.
Christ.
On top of weekly tithing, ex-members say Gwen demanded that everyone be taking Way Down workshop classes regularly and continuously. But the cost of these workshops and products had to be purchased at the members' expense. Excluding the costs of books and workshops, the Way Down website also offers a subscription of $19.99 a month or $234.99 a year for what they call Way Down TV. In one Way Down TV video, Gwen said, quote, "Instead of buying extra food this week, buy this book and keep it by your side."
Oh my God, just starve.
It was heavily implied throughout Remnant Fellowship
Just
that
starve.
the faster one lost weight, the holier they were. Gwen told members, quote, "You
We're
gotta
all
make Zion
starving.
look
Where's
good.
the manna?
You don't make the church look good if you are overweight or if children are not obedient," end quote. Speaking of children, in 2003, the FBI raided Way Down Ministries and Remnant Fellowship.
Remnant Fellowship is now part of a murder investigation.
I will go into
Oh!
some details of this case and will
What?
leave a link below this video in the description box if you're interested in learning more, but here's the rundown of what happened. Joseph and Sonia Smith were two devout members of Remnant Fellowship and a couple of Way Down success stories. And both were sentenced to life plus 30 years in prison after their 8-year-old son, Joseph, passed away.
This is God's word. I didn't come up with spankings. I'm not going to hide behind the fact that our good Lord says, do not spare the rod.
Remnant leader Ted Anchor. As far as a pat on the bottom, as a last resort, and it's always in love.
But two of Remnant's members, Joseph and Sonia Smith, now sit in jail charged with killing their 8-year-old son, Joseph. Investigators wrote that the child had extensive bruising over his entire body, but the parents showed no...
But they can't blame that on the church, per se.
No.
Unless she told them directly to beat the crap out of the kid. I don't know.
Yeah.
2 Thessalonians 3:10. Aw, bless your heart, Kane.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, God bless you. That's like you got out of it. That's beautiful. Praise God. It's good to see you're saved, you know.
Amen.
Praise God.
For people who don't know it.
I love Jesus. We do too. Yeah, praise God. You're free. That's very good. Free is a good place to be. Because no one can take that from you ever.
Oh, that's what it is. For even when we were with you, this we commanded you, that if any of you not work, neither should he eat.
Nice.
That's what turned him to God.
Okay.
All right.
That's fine. Amen.
Nice troll.
Yeah, that's fine.
No remorse. They felt it was just a part of discipline and were very defensive about their religion.
Does Remnant advocate repeated spankings of children over and over and over?
No, sir.
Absolutely not.
No, sir.
Absolutely not. 2 or 3 spankings would not be enough. I mean, it could be 10 spankings.
Former Remnant members Terry and David Phillips say Shamblin not only encouraged spankings, but stressed they must be severe.
That you had to make the spanking count.
If they're not scared of spanking, you didn't spank them. If you haven't really spanked them yet, you don't love them. You love yourself.
They had to feel the pain.
Bitch. She just run.
I'm not saying a word about anything because I shouldn't.
Pain, and that they were being disobedient.
Would it ever be appropriate to spank a 2-year-old over
No.
and over and over
No.
and over and over and
No.
over in one night?
That's not what we teach here, Phil.
A year ago, our 2.5-year-old Avery, we had a real showdown with her.
But in this conference call with Remnant women, another Remnant leader, David Martin, holds out his own showdown spanking with his daughter as an example.
And we had a leg spanking over and over and over and over and over and over again. And time one evening.
Okay, you're listening. Okay, well then you need to talk to David Martin about that then, because that's not.
And you agreed that was the perfect way to handle a child.
David Martin had a real showdown. It was a one-night showdown. And that child never forgot it.
But are you asking, does that go on very often? Are you kidding? No, it does not. It is so rare.
Okay, now pause. Although Gwen tried to brush off David Martin as just one of the many leaders in her church she didn't have control over, My research into the early days of Remnant Fellowship led me straight to David Martin and his wife, as they were the first people who followed Gwen and founded Remnant Fellowship with her.
Oh, well, shite. They're all throwing each other under the bus now. I feel like that too, Transformer. Teaching kids to be obedient and keep up with the status quo. Body from birth sounds like grooming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, let your children be themselves.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh. No. Take their phone away. Take their electronic away, trust me. That hurts them a lot more than a frickin' spanking.
Yeah, you're right.
It really does. You take a kid's phone away, God, they will cry and cry and cry. And you're like, shut up.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we didn't even have that shit.
Shanny's got to go to the bathroom.
I do.
And I have a watermelon. I'm not going to speak on any of this stuff because I don't think it's appropriate, to be honest. Like even though what happened was in a bad mental state, it doesn't matter. It happened, and there's certain things that get dealt with, I should probably not speak on. And I think this is a topic that I probably shouldn't speak on. Unique Toys Desperado? I mean, I like toys and everything, but I mean, maybe I'll look it up later. The wrestling show? Yeah, we'll see. It's rough to do anything right now. No, that's okay. It's fine. It's just like I am doing that to respect other people because they're going to be like, you're talking about that issue when that happened, and I agree. This is an issue that I should not speak on because I had a massive mistake in my life. So, shouldn't talk about it.
Let me catch my breath. Oh my God. How am I going to get through that building?
I don't know. Luckily, the door is right there, and it's like the office is right there, so.
Yeah.
Luckily. Because it's hard for you, honey. I mean, I'm pretty milquetoast Transformers. Like, my favorite Transformer is Optimus, and that
Same.
The original 1989 toy was my favorite toy I ever
Same.
had. It was my favorite toy.
Same.
Yeah. That's why you want the...
That's why I want the Optimus.
Autobots Assemble. That's so nuts.
That is the greatest toy ever.
Starscream. Lots of people love him. I also love the Beetle guy. What was his name? 1984. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And 20 years later, David Martin can be seen in many videos on Remnant Fellowship and Gwen's YouTube channel. singing on stage and teaching.
Yeah, Bumblebee.
And there are videos of the couple
Bumblebee.
at parties in Gwen's home. David and his wife are also featured exclusively on the Remnant Fellowship website. David Martin wasn't just another leader in Remnant Fellowship.
That's before my time.
David
to
Martin
guest star.
was one of the highest ranking members on the inside.
Oh.
And play.
Shambler tells her followers not to worry about their children's self-esteem, instead worry about what she calls their God-esteem. In the case of young Joseph, investigators say that meant his parents repeatedly locked him up in a small room with just his Bible. Does Remnant advocate locking children up for lengthy periods of time?
We don't advocate locking them up for any period of time.
Absolutely not.
I have a tape of a telephone call between you and Sonia.
Ah, he called you out of your bullshit. What the fuck, man?
This is rough.
Locking your child up in a room with the
No.
Bible? That ain't...
No.
What are you... Prison? Like...
No. No.
No.
You shouldn't do it.
No.
Not walking. That's... You're acting like some kind of weird tyrant shit. That's,
Yeah.
That's not right.
Smith.
This is Sonia Smith in Atlanta.
Sonia!
I got to speak with Ted Anker. That's you.
That's me.
I did exactly what Ted told me to do. Take everything out of his room. We got everything out of there and locked him in there from that Friday until Monday and only left him in the room with his Bible.
That tape has been made.
$3 days? Woman?
Mm-mm.
What made her think it's okay to treat a child like that?
No, that's crazy.
No.
No. No good.
Or tampered or whatever. I totally deny
That is absolutely
that has
untrue.
ever been said by anyone.
And that's a miracle. You've got a child that's going from just bizarre down to in control. So praise God.
And you had a chance to tell her that was not correct.
That was not on there.
Instead, you said, praise the Lord.
No, that was not on there.
We are spoiling these kids. We are, ruining their lives by even letting them think about themselves at all. So thank you, Sonia, for sharing that.
Gwen called it gotcha journalism and claimed Remnant Fellowship's teaching had nothing to do with the passing of the 8-year-old Smith boy. And neither Gwen nor any of the church leaders were charged with a crime. But instead of speaking out against the Smiths' behavior, not only did Remnant Fellowship pay the Smiths legal fees, but also created a website defending the Smiths, claiming that the FBI, police, and investigative journalists misled the public and the court. 18 years later...
Really? Really?
It's wild.
Locking a child up in his room. That's torture.
Yeah, that's no good.
The website, thesmithsareinnocent.com, is still running, and it attempts to explain what happened, while also blaming what Gwen called false accusations on ex-Remnant church members, claiming those ex-members were spreading rumors about Remnant Fellowship. However, a coroner and a judge refuted what the Smiths and Gwen said happened. While telling the horrific story of that fatal day, the website makes sure to mention that Joseph Smith lost 80 pounds and Sonia Smith lost 150 pounds through the Way Down workshop. The site also contains a tab that leads directly to Gwen's website, where one can purchase her curriculum. As Gwen's congregation and profits grew throughout the years, so did her hair and assets. And Gwen built a fortune that included over 18 properties
looking.
outside of Remnant Fellowship that she put in a
Looks
trust.
like Eugenia Cooney, actually.
Other than her weight, Gwen loves to be large and in charge. She regularly hosted parties with alcohol and elaborate decor, and got her hair and makeup done for free by church members, as they believed it was a service unto God. Remnant Fellowship hosted festivals several times a year, and members would bring large gift baskets filled with food as donations for the church. Gwen called their 2019 festival the God is So Good Festival, but it was at this specific festival she told church members not to bring gift baskets anymore, only money. Gwen taught that if one was obedient, God would shower you with blessings and abundance.
Cash.
Gwen took the Bible literally and believed in blessings for obedience, curses for disobedience. When anything bad happened to Remnant Fellowship or someone in it, members had been indoctrinated by Gwen to believe it was because of their sins and God's judgment. Gwen's church used something called family checkups to investigate their church members' so-called wrongdoings. According to ex-members of Remnant, there is an alleged hierarchy inside the church, and depending on where you belong, your life could be made easier or more difficult. But the doors that led you closer to Gwen and all the luxuries she had to offer could be shut on a member at any time for any reason. You see, within Remnant Fellowship, Gwen appointed leaders who were all men. These male leaders had different groups in the congregation they were responsible for, meaning church members were supposed to report anything and everything about their lives and problems to their church leaders. And these leaders reported directly to Gwen. One day, church
she's
members
looking
were
weirder
alerted
and
with
weirder.
horrific
Very
news.
bizarre.
Gwen's
Right?
youngest grandchild had suddenly passed away from an illness, and they were asked to pray. But that next Sunday, ex-church members reported everything feeling eerie because neither Gwen nor the church leaders spoke of the death. Instead, members were told it would no longer be mentioned, and everyone was expected to act, well, normal. As strange as that may sound, delusion and denial under the guise of happiness is common in cults, and many ex-members of Remnant Fellowship recall that all members had to be happy, look and act perfect at all times. This is also what's known as toxic positivity.
Yep.
One ex-member in the HBO documentary The Way Down reported that after that Sunday, when no one spoke on the loss of Gwen's grandchild, she and her husband were called into the church for a family checkup, where the leaders implied that Gwen's family was not being judged by God, so it had to be someone from the church, and they were, quote, bringing in the strugglers to assess how they're doing, because God's bringing judgment on this church, and we want to know where it's coming from.
Okay.
Yes, Gwen was blaming the passing of
No,
a
I
family
haven't
member
seen Queen.
on her congregants. Life in Remnant Fellowship was all about submitting to authority. If a church member needed counseling, they allegedly were not allowed to seek help from a therapist for fear of retribution.
Really?
They were instead supposed to call their given church leader and receive counseling from him, even though these leaders weren't licensed therapists or psychologists.
Wow.
This also applied to a church member's marriage, as spouses allegedly were only supposed to seek marriage counseling from their given church leader.
Former Remnant recruit Adam Brooks notes that in Remnant's own videos,
and I've laid down anger and depression and
Well, good for you,
depression
buddy.
and antidepressants are equated with sin.
Hi, I'm Terry Phillips.
One of those testimonies came from Terry Phillips, who had been told by doctors that she had a chemical imbalance and needed medication. Her husband, David.
When I dealt with the leaders, they were all saying, listen, she doesn't need to be on these.
We don't sit there and tell someone this is what you have to do.
Here, Remnant founder Gwen Shamblin tells us she does not tell her followers to give up their medication. But here in this internet webcast,
and how would you like to find out that all of us were on Prozac? Then why in the world are you even beginning to think that's okay for you?
It's not the drug that's the problem. It's the heart of man. It's when we over-medicate ourselves.
It seems like I talk too fast because I'm so excited about God. So
Terry Phillips says she was fine at first because of the lingering effects of the medication and her spiritual high. Then she began spinning out of control and realized she needed her medicine.
And I was sneaking behind their backs taking it because I was desperate for my life.
Anyone that wants to stand up again and say, get off Prozac, Ted Anchor, get on up here.
Soon Remnant leaders found out.
Two of the men leaders actually said, you get that medicine from her and you flush it. You flush it down the toilet.
What?
Did remnant leadership ever encourage her husband to take her medicine away from her?
Yes.
But Shamblin and remnant leader Ted Anger say they were only responding to the Phillips' cries for help.
That was the advice given, Sheriff.
The advice given, knowing what they wanted, Phil. I pray for strength in dealing with.
Phillips says her journal shows her turmoil, but remnant leaders were not sympathetic about her depression.
There is nothing to be concerned about. What's the worst thing that happened? You die? So what? You go to heaven.
And look at the results.
Ah, there you go.
Person after person.
So what?
That's so invalidating.
He sounded like Dr. Steve Brule, you know? You got a problem with life? Well, why don't you die, stupid?
And coming off. Person after person being set free.
Today, the Phillips say their Christian doctor finally convinced them her problem was medical, not spiritual.
He kind of informed me that, there are true chemical imbalances. This is, and it's not a sin, like Remnant says it is.
These remnant leaders were allegedly in daily communication with church members through text messages, email, and phone calls.
Control
and they even
freaks.
controlled whether church members could have a social media account or not. If allowed to have a social media presence, the leaders restricted what members could post and who they could follow.
No.
Many
That's
female ex-members
very
of Remnant recall never being allowed to go against their husband's wishes at any time. They were allegedly supposed to ask their husband about something once and never again, no matter his decision. If remnant women weren't submissive to their husbands in any way, husbands would complain to the leaders, and the women were allegedly forced to be counseled at the church. Many of these female ex-members also recall being told by their church leaders to stay in their marriages after their husbands cheated on them, sometimes even having multiple affairs.
Oh,
Their church
lovely.
leaders would quote scripture on forgiveness and ask the women to welcome them back with open arms. That's because
What if the
Gwen
woman
was
cheated?
against divorce, no matter the circumstance. Although Gwen preached the importance of a conservative, heterosexual family unit where the wife is submissive unto her husband, Gwen's husband David didn't come around often. David Chamblin has a
Dr.
master's in
Brule
divinity,
rocks,
and
please
in the
play
beginning
that
days
next.
of Remnant
Dr.
Fellowship,
Brule?
Gwen
Dr.
stated
Brule.
David, not herself,
Okay.
was head of Remnant Fellowship.
Oh.
Some speculate maybe he was hidden due to not fitting in with Gwen's image.
Well, he's
Other
fat.
ex-members speculate that David didn't like Gwen mixing money with religion. Yet, Gwen still stood firm on her beliefs and continued to preach about a strong family unit and that divorce was wrong under any circumstance. That is, until one day when Joe Lara came to church.
Tarzan boy.
Uh-oh.
You can't blame her.
She was like, I want that man.
Joe Lara
yeah.
was a man who wore
You
many
can't
hats.
blame her.
In his younger days, he worked in Hollywood and appeared in many low-budget films, with his lead starring role in the movie Tarzan in Manhattan in 1989. But Joe's biggest role would come as husband number 2 to Gwen Chamblin. But more on that in a minute. When Joe was a young boy, his mother married a wealthy CEO of Wells Fargo Bank. The family lived in Newport Beach, California, where his stepdad owned race cars and a private plane. As Joe got older, he was known to date women who could provide him the lifestyle he was accustomed to. In his 20s, Joe dated a 50-year-old actress named Dory Forstman, who bought him a Harley Davidson and let him live in her house when he didn't have any acting gigs.
Bobby.
Joe spent his days at Dory's riding his Harley and attending acting classes. It's unknown what happened to cause that relationship to end, but one night, Joe was swiftly kicked out of Dory's house and she lit that Harley Davidson on fire. Joe was known to live with all the women he dated, until he finally bought a double-wide trailer in the desert where he was free to enjoy his hobbies of falconry and flying, as Joe had his pilot's license.
He likes
After
falcons.
having a baby and moving with his then-girlfriend to Nashville, Joe pursued a country music career. But his girlfriend grew tired of
Star
his
Search,
antics
holy
and the
shit.
fact that Joe wouldn't get a real job, as she had
Ed
already
McMahon.
purchased them a house and was paying all their bills. So she ended the relationship. But because they had a child together, she had to remain in Nashville as Joe refused to leave, citing his future as a country music star. Something that would never come to fruition. While in between country music gigs, Joe worked as a handyman. And it was through a networking group that Joe was introduced to Remnant
She gets
Fellowship
jealous
and Gwen
every time
Shamblin.
you touch me.
Gwen saw Joe, and Joe wondered how much cash was hiding under all that hair. And suddenly, Gwen's sermons on divorce changed. And she
Really?
quickly
I bet they did.
her husband of 40 years.
I bet they
In
did.
their divorce, David and Gwen split 18 different pieces of property, totaling more than $20 million worth of real estate.
Nice.
Gwen
Wow.
also paid David over $3 million cash.
Look, America is in trouble here. We've got just as much divorce inside the church as out. The church has morphed into the world.
But Shamblin's new views on divorce and remarriage, posted to the church's website around the same time she decided to divorce her own husband, insisted that God himself divorced Israel, his bride, for turning away from the faith. So there should be no judgment towards saints, meaning remnant members, as they strive to help build a pure church.
Could Gwen have seen Joe as a willing and devout husband she could strategically and publicly have by her side at all times? Someone to show off to others, like in their engagement video shown
Hypocrite,
here?
yeah.
Yep.
Please note, I have not added any words or visual effects to this video.
She looks
only
like an
different
old
music
blonde
for
Eugenia
copyright
Cooney.
reasons.
I think so too.
That's accurate. Yeah.
What a bitch.
This is some weird Christianity stuff.
Yeah, she's a bitch.
A cringy wedding video.
It is. So fake.
So fake. Oh!
What a bitch.
Hey, God.
Ah.
But some people were suspicious of Gwen's new man.
So
Former
dumb.
friends of Joe say that he was never religious, and that to hear him speak on stage or see him with Gwen was bizarre. Almost as if Joe was in acting class again.
Maybe she paid for him like Chantel pays for men.
Maybe.
Damn. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
What the
Less
fuck?
than 60 days after her divorce, in what just may be the fanciest wedding Tennessee has ever seen, Gwen Shamblin became Gwen Shamblin Laura.
Oh.
Gwen's wedding had 1,500 people in attendance and featured a procession of, as I counted, around 34 flower girls and 15 bridesmaids.
What the
Gwen
fuck?
was covered in glitter, glowing arches covered the
How
length
much
of the
was it?
stage, and Joe told his bride, quote, "If the dark forces should ever manifest against us, I vow to never stand behind you, because I'll be in front of you," end quote. Regardless of how remnant church members felt about their union, they fell right in line. During church services, congregants would clap their hands and chant "Gwen and Joe," while the smiling couple looked on from the stage. During a sermon after her divorce, Gwen was once quoted saying, "There are obviously cases of divorce that God allows, as much as he hates it," end quote. But Gwen wanted more than just the attention of her church and weight loss
This
community.
is so weird.
Gwen wanted the world to know who she was, and so she and Joe created a show. It's rumored that Gwen wanted a reality TV show about their life and pitched the idea to several major networks, but Hollywood wasn't interested in the glamorous Christian pastor from Tennessee. So Gwen hired a crew and created the Life with Gwen and Joe YouTube channel.
There was an earthquake in Indonesia. It's awful, Tsunami.
They went to YouTube, man.
Where a camera and sound crew followed the couple around Remnant Fellowship, Ashland Mansion, and filmed
So
Joe's
cringe.
music videos.
It's pretty bad.
Yes, Remnant Fellowship has a recording studio where Joe was free to record as many songs as he wanted.
Beautiful.
In true prosperity gospel fashion, Gwen and Joe created videos with titles such as Seeking God on Vacations, How to Have Parties All About God, and How to Be Humble and Expect Nothing, where they preach about humbleness while strolling across the manicured lawn of their mansion.
Jesus.
Many say that after Joe came into the picture, Gwen's sermons became shorter while her vacations got longer. But there was trouble in paradise. Joe Lara was in a custody battle with his ex-partner Natasha over their daughter, and it was not going well.
Get some help. Please get some help. You're a sick, sick girl.
That's Joe Lara,
Get some help. Get some help.
recorded by his ex-girlfriend, Natasha Pavlovich. One of several
What the
contentious videos
Jesus.
introduced in their battle over child support for their daughter.
When she was younger, Natasha immigrated from Yugoslavia to the United States. Natasha worked hard as an actress, appearing in many roles alongside well-known celebrities, and was even crowned Miss California and competed for the
All
Miss
right.
Universe title.
Tasha, welcome to Star Search. Come up here and tell me how to say good evening in Serbo-Croatian.
Dobro večer.
Now, I understand your family still lives on a farm in Yugoslavia.
Yes, I come from a very large family, and we have a variety of animals on my farm. We raise chickens, sheep, cows, and pigs, and we also grow wheat and corn and manufacture our own honey.
Natasha was Joe and Gwen's trouble in paradise. During their breakup a few years prior, Joe told the police Natasha had assaulted their daughter. And as their daughter watched, Natasha was taken away in handcuffs. Fortunately, the police saw right through Joe's dirty antics. They deemed Natasha innocent and cleared her of any charges. Now, the gloves were off, and a fierce custody battle was raging. And the handyman now had the wealthy preacher's powerful attorneys to fight Natasha.
There we go.
After spending $200,000 of her own money on attorneys to represent her,
They just look
but
like
feeling
two
like she was
fallen
getting
ass
nowhere,
people.
Natasha decided to represent herself
Pretty
in
much.
court. Natasha claimed that when her daughter was with Gwen and Joe, she was not allowed to have any friends outside of Remnant Fellowship, nor was she allowed to participate in any extracurricular activities outside of Remnant. Knowing this
Okay.
wouldn't be looked at favorably in court, Gwen and Joe's attorney asked the judge to ban Natasha from presenting evidence against Remnant Fellowship, citing religious freedom.
Oh.
The fight
No,
was
I don't
on.
think there's any murder
Gwen and Joe
involved.
wanted the
I don't
jury
know.
for
I don't
themselves,
think so.
but the former beauty queen from Yugoslavia wasn't having it. However, the ugly court battle and the Life with Gwen and Joe show would go no further because one Sunday in
Narcissists.
May of 2021, the music stopped.
What News 4 Investigates has uncovered tonight raises questions about the qualifications of the pilot at the helm of a deadly plane crash. That pilot,
really?
Joe Lara, his wife, and 5 other members of Remnant Church died when the plane crashed into
God, I
Pussy
didn't know
Priest
about
Lake
that.
on May 29th. We've obtained
took them
documents, audio, and video about Lara introduced in court before the crash. Our chief investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley, obtained all this. And Jeremy, why was this all introduced in court?
Well, Marius, it was part of a contentious child support case in which the mother of Laura's young daughter tried to prevent him from flying their daughter before the crash. A battle that revealed questions about whether Laura was qualified to be piloting a plane the day of the deadly crash.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
Gwen and Joe, as they believe,
He crashed.
were sent home to meet their maker.
What's the worst thing that happened? You die? So what? So what? So what?
Gwen and Joe, along with 5 other members of Remnant Fellowship, including David Martin and his wife, boarded a small Cessna plane ready to fly from Tennessee to attend a Trump rally in Florida.
Attend the
Joe
Trump
was
rally.
the pilot, but he never
God
ended
knows
up getting
you're
them out
done.
of Tennessee as the plane crashed.
Damn.
Well,
Wow.
well, that tells you something.
Wow.
Oh my God.
God goes, you are done.
into a lake.
Away with you.
Joe Lara first received his pilot license at 16 years old. But when one has a pilot's license, they must also have a medical certificate and it must be renewed every 2 years. Joe's medical certificate was expired. And less than a month after the plane crash, the Federal Aviation Administration suspended the man who was the designated pilot examiner who approved Joe to fly with his expired medical certificate. Out of the 7 people on board, there was not a single survivor. In an ironic twist of fate, it was reported that the plane went down because it was overweight in capacity.
Too many folks. Gosh, she was overweight for once in her life.
Well,
So, where does this place Remnant Fellowship? After saying on national television that half of her will was going to God and the church, Gwen didn't leave a single
The
cent of her
aircraft, the
estate
plane, yeah.
to Remnant Fellowship. Only her 2 children, Michael and Elizabeth Shamblin.
Was her ministry about God, or was it about Gwen?
Our investigation first raised questions about Gwen Shamblin 20 years ago. Now we've
Well-
discovered the estate she left behind, potentially worth millions of dollars, is certain to add to those questions.
This money, half of it goes to the government, the other half goes to keep it going so that someone else can be helped.
It was a legacy stemming from her days as founder of the Way Down Workshop of false claims about her own wealth.
Half and half leaves nothing for Gwen Shamblin. That's not completely true, is it?
Yes, it's completely true.
I hate to say this to some degree, and because she's deceased, but she struck me as a 100% phony.
Oh!
Huckster.
Veteran Nashville lawyer Gary Blackburn sued
That's
Shamblin
Bob
20
Helton,
years
lawyer.
ago.
The money is going to go to David and I.
Getting her to admit under oath that she was indeed profiting from her ministry. Yet listen to what her daughter Elizabeth told followers just 4 years ago.
I mean, she practically handed Michael and I's inheritance away, but let me tell you.
But News Channel 5 Investigates obtained Shamblin's will, a will that leaves everything to her 2 children. Like Gary Blackburn, we noticed one glaring omission.
How much money was left to Remnant Fellowship?
I looked at the will a couple of times and I haven't seen any.
Wow. Well,
Gwen had been
there you
grooming
go.
Elizabeth, shown here, to take over Remnant.
She practically handed Michael and I's inheritance away, but
what Elizabeth said on that stage was a lie. Instead of giving any of her many luxury real estates or multi-million-dollar fortune to Remnant Fellowship, Gwen gave the church the publishing rights to the Way Down Workshop, Way Down books and merch, and nothing more. Remnant Fellowship released a statement they were grateful to receive as much, and at the time of this recording, Elizabeth Shamblin is leading Remnant Fellowship. At the time of her passing, Gwen was 3 weeks into filming a 9-week video series on greed, where she urged congregants to give up all their money.
It was never intended to be accumulated, but rather used as one small tool to build up the kingdom of God.
Really, you're gonna say that all like jazzed up like that? Really? No wonder God took her out, man. Ananias and Sapphira. Boom. Done.
Yeah.
Done.
But most of the world has abandoned true religion and are now converts to building up their own pocketbooks. Yet God is a God of justice, and he will not be mocked.
Gwen told people she was a prophet. She led many to believe that being thin, sometimes through dangerous methods, made a person holier and more righteous in God's eyes. Gwen left an aftermath of people hurt and betrayed by her teachings, and it was made even worse for women and children. Gwen made promises she didn't keep, constantly kept up appearances by hiding what she considered bad, and was able to stay in the spotlight and live a life of luxury by preying on the vulnerabilities of those who believe in Christ. And in the end, it all came crashing down. This has been a cautionary tale on false prophets and wolves in sheep's clothing.
Right?
That's music from Sphere, I think.
They are horrible people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. What evidence?
Video clips which say nothing.
Aw, God bless you, who dat?
God bless.
She's nuts.
That was interesting, though.
That was the fucking twist at the end, though, man.
Oh my god, man.
That they all went down at the end.
Oh my god, that's
that's what you get, man. No, Transformers, I don't want to do that right now.
Sexism and Hasbro.
I really don't. I don't care.
We got some sexist Transformer situation.
Anyway, I'm gonna head out. I need to get some rest for tomorrow. I'll see you when I see you. Peace and Maranatha, people. Good night.